Good morning. I'd like to call the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting for June 12, 2025 to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Not since the last update.
Thank you. Ms. Shank, is there anything from the county attorney?
Nothing, sir.
First item of business is approval of the May 15th, 2025 minutes.
Does everyone have their microphones on? Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
First by Mr. Bauer, second by Ms. Gay. And waiting for the, yep, there we go.
There
Let's
it
cast
is.
your votes. Motion passes 6-0. Let's move on to citizen comments. This is for consideration of future agenda items. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Please step forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Planning Committee. My name is Anthony Shulo. I'm a Manatee County resident. Put something on the overhead. If I could just get that back, I'll give it to you after public comment next. This is from your GIS here. I know it may look a little difficult to read, but what I want to point out here is just the center here. This is the confluence of the area that some of us are going to talk about later today, but for this future comment, this is what I want to talk about. See these water sources here? We're specifically talking about areas right in the middle of these 3 major portions of the county that have water. So we're right in the middle of that. So for future agenda, I just want to share that over the past 6 months, many of us in parish and elsewhere in the county have been respectfully presenting information, on-site accounts, and evidence for the record to this Planning Commission, to the Board of County Commissioners, to the staff. We've been providing this information because we clearly have a problem with stormwater and overdevelopment. We're at a tipping point. If there was a plan, the plan needs revised, or it needs to be thrown out, and I'm asking the Planning Commission to champion an effort to make a new plan, to get with the Board of County Commissioners, as they've asked in several hearings recently, and look at areas that are within the FDAB. They're within that area that's already been designated as potential rezones, but identify those sensitive areas within there that are just going to keep causing our entire county problems. That's development in a race to elevate, as I've seemed to coin this phrase. This is a race to elevate for everyone, make it all higher so the rest of the folks are, stuck with it 10 years from now. I'm asking this Planning Commission to get a plan together, to plan for the sensitive areas that are within the FDAB that we just need to recognize cannot be rezoned. I thank you so much for your time today, and I look forward to speaking a little bit later.
Good morning. My name is Amber Remington. I am here to express my strong support for North River Charter Academy and its upcoming plans for a new campus on Rutland Road.
Ma'am,
Yes,
You'll have a
sir.
chance when we bring that one up to the table. This is just for future consideration.
All
Not-
right.
Not right now.
For future consideration, something will be placed on this property. We can have our beautiful campus.
Yeah, ma'am, we really have to be careful on quasi-judicial. You have to be sworn in and go through certain procedures. You'll be allowed to speak at the public hearing level.
Yeah. It'll just
You
be a
can't
couple
speak
more
right
minutes.
now.
This would
Okay.
be like, I would like a part at such and such. It doesn't have,
For anything that's not on the agenda today.
yeah.
Okay, so we're speaking about the property and the land that our school is going to be placed on.
Yes, ma'am, in about 20 minutes.
Oh, all
You're
right.
just a little too early.
Okay, then may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for citizen comments? At this time, I'm going to close it. If you're planning on speaking on the agenda 1 through 4, please stand up and get sworn in.
Even if you think you might want to speak, if you
Yep.
could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the planning commission are truthful and accurate? I do. Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
Thank you. Let's move in to the advertised public hearing. Please read number 1 into record.
Item number 1, PDR 2431ZG, North River Charter School and Townhomes. It's owned by Jones Potato Farm, Inc., and the contract purchaser is Robert L. Cambo. It's a quasi-judicial, and we have Laura Gonzalez, principal planner, for staff. It's a rezone of approximately 21.8 acres of a 46-acre site, where 24.2 acres are currently zoned PDR from A1 to PDR zoning district, unifying the zoning designation of the entire site. Being the site generally located on the north side of County Road 675, approximately 0.1 mile west of the intersection of Spencer Parish Road and commonly known as 12740 County Road 675 Parish. It's approving a general development plan for the total of 46-acre site, allowing up to 236 multifamily units with at least 25% of those units designated as affordable housing and subject to a proposed land use restriction agreement, and a K through 8 charter school with a child care center.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communication on this? Thank you. Can we have the applicant?
Good morning, Chairman, and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Mark Barnaby, and I'm pleased to be here. Oh, good. It came up just like it's supposed to. I always like that. This is North River Townhomes and Charter School. Denise did a good job reading what we're requesting generally. With me today, and I have been sworn, by the way, and am a Manatee County resident all my life, is myself, Robert Campbell of Alliance Co's, Jeff Banker of Highland Engineering, Scott Israelson with the Traffic Impact Group, and Scott Meyer with Concilium Atlantic, who is our architect. All right, this is a request to approve 236 townhome residences with a minimum of 25% being designated for affordable housing. And we are committed to prioritizing and benefiting veterans, first responders, and teachers on the site for those affordable housing units, as well as a K through 8 charter school and 120 student child care center. I'm going to go a little history on this just to help. In approximately January of 2023, Alliance Co's and Robert Campbell began looking for a school site for a new school. And obviously, there are a number of factors that come into that size and location. We want to have them on major collectors or thoroughfares. Want to have it adequate size for the student population, that sort of thing. So these are fairly rare sites. It took us over a year to find this site that might be appropriate for accommodations and with good access to the collector roads. As part of that, but because the owner only wanted to sell all of the site, we still had some additional property left over. So we looked through your comprehensive plan and looked at what you wanted to have being developed in the county. You have a number of specific policies on this. One of the things on this is you encourage significant affordable housing, and you do that through a number of things, including incentives and density bonuses. Specifically requires that there be the opportunity for density bonuses for affordable housing, and also encourages a mix of housing options in a community. So what we have done, we looked at your comprehensive plan, and that's how we came up with the plan that we did as part of that. The density bonuses do provide the opportunity to provide for affordable housing for such things as early folks that are beginning their careers, are in positions later in their careers as well, and does provide for good opportunities for veterans, first responders, and teachers, and we took that a step further in our proposal. The affordable housing component allows the site to work for both a housing site as well as the charter school, and the charter school it's adequately sized to provide for that use. We carefully designed the project to comply with the comprehensive plan, and as you will hear, we have done that very well. Here's the site. This is the location map generally. It is located between US 301 and Spencer Parish Road on County Road 675. This site is actually within the node for the commercial node for Spencer Parish and 675, but it is, but only partially within there. Most of the school site is within that area. The current future land use category for this site is UF3, which allows for affordable housing projects up to 9 units an acre. We're only proposing 5.28. This is the zoning currently. It's partially PDR with an expired plan, and A1 because the A1 was there back, actually goes back to 1960s. But this area, as you know, has been changing rapidly. At this point, I'm going to bring up Jeff Banker to talk about the site plan and allow him to make a couple comments about that and what's being planned for the site.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Banker with Highland Engineering, Lake County, Florida. So in regards to the plan you see here, this is our general development plan. We've provided 2 portions of the property, 11 acres on the east side for the charter school and the remainder for the townhomes. This plan accommodates access points along 675. Along with stormwater management areas sufficient to comply with county current rules and regulations, and to provide some additional stormwater, which I'll go into detail a little bit later. All buffers are accommodated on the townhouse project as required by staff and code. On the townhouse project, we are requesting a few specific approvals, one of which is to modify the buffer along Rutland Road to a 30-foot it's a variable buffer that's 30-foot maximum and 15-foot minimum, which provides an average of about 22 feet in lieu of the 20-foot buffer that is normally required. This is largely to support the queue length that we're providing for the school to make sure we have an appropriate queue for stacking cars for pickup and drop-off, and also to accommodate athletic field on the site to make sure everything fits appropriately. We've also got a specific approval request for the east and north buffer. Those would normally be a 15-foot greenbelt buffer. We're requesting to reduce that to 10 through specific approval requests with an opaque fence, also to accommodate the additional stormwater, which I'll talk about later, and the layout of the queue length for the pickup and drop-off. And then here, yeah, we go. All right, as Mr. Barnaby pointed out, 236 units will be located within the townhouse portion of the project. And over 10 acres of wetlands will be preserved with this plan. There'll be no manipulation or alteration of those wetlands. There's no development within the 100-year flood zone. All improvements are upland of the 100-year flood elevation. So no fill, no improvements within that elevation. Go to the next one. The charter school is patterned off an existing school located in Manatee County. It will contain approximately 500 K through 3 students and eventually have growth to accommodate K through 8 and pre-kindergarten. Reservations for the school have already exceeded 300 students for the 26 to 27 school year. And here are a couple of renderings. And then here's the site plan for the school. When we had our community meeting, we heard from residents that stormwater was a very important component of this plan. And so we wanted to make sure we address that thoroughly with this design. This plan is in FSP approval with staff currently, and we are proposing, we're removing about 10 acres of drainage area from contributing to Rutland Road, which will no longer contribute to Rutland Road in post-development, so that will all be captured and routed through the stormwater management pond. This project will provide a 50% reduction in peak runoff rate. This is a requirement due to the Gamble Creek watershed. I'd like to point out that based on the design for the school currently, we're providing an 85% reduction in that peak rate of runoff, which exceeds the 50% that is required by the Gamble Creek watershed. In addition, the stormwater design for the school will accommodate a 33% reduction in the 25-year and 24-hour storm events during those storm periods to further attenuate that volume during peak events. And we've also made sure to dedicate nearly 20% of the site, of the school site area to stormwater management. Yeah.
One site did not flood in 20.
It did not, yeah, I do want to point that out.
Okay, want to talk about traffic? I'll ask Scott Israelson to come up and talk about traffic real briefly.
Thank you, Mark. My name is Scott Israelson with Traffic Impact Group. I'm a resident of Seminole County. My firm was retained by the applicant to perform the traffic study, and we did that according to county guidelines and requirements. Not surprisingly, we identified some deficiencies when you put a school on Rutland Road, and so we're addressing it by the following. The applicant will stagger start and end times. County code requires turn lanes at each of the project entrances to help safely move left turns and right turns in the site. And then lastly, we recommended a traffic signal to regulate the flow in and out of the site. Subsequently, a roundabout has been discussed. We don't know that that's feasible, but that's in the mix. County transportation planning staff and traffic engineering staff has thoroughly reviewed the study. We've addressed all of their comments and their concerns, and I believe the recommendations are now conditions of approval. And then lastly, we did attend that neighborhood meeting where the neighbors expressed some concerns about traffic on Rutland, and we were able to explain some of the improvements we're making to the roadway, and that helped with some of the fears. And I'll turn that back over to Mr. Barnaby.
Thanks, Scott. As part of this, we're required to enter into a land use restriction agreement. I don't think that's anything new. We have also agreed to commit that not only to the minimum of 25% affordable housing for this project, but we're going to prioritize the rental of those units to veterans, first responders, and teachers, including those obviously at North River Charter next door, and provide 1 free month rent for affordable housing units to all folks within the affordable housing development. We've already talked about specific approvals, and the only thing I'll just note there is in addition to the variable green width buffer along, the roadway buffer, we're providing 17 additional trees along County Road 675 to further buffer and help screen the site from that roadway. I'm going to go through this really briefly. We believe this complies with all the policies of the comprehensive plan. We've already talked about the fact this is UF3. Density is well below the maximum allowed under the affordable housing development. This is partially within a commercial node, and we do have demand evident by the enrollment numbers and commitments already in place. We have the adequate infrastructure and utilities in this area, or they can be extended to accommodate the school and the townhomes. This is an infill site between US 301 and Spencer Parish Road, and density and intensity is well below the maximum. We already talked about that. Your comprehensive plan encourages plan development projects for high-quality design commitments and diverse multiple-use projects. This is public charter school as well as town home uses, and it's an infill development, and it encourages a variety of options and architectural styles in a community. Specific policy on this issue, we have townhomes, provides affordable housing stock, which variable options for housing, as well as a commitment to prioritizing veterans, first responders, and teachers. Again, number of policies that relate to the affordable housing, and so we are doing those, and one of the benefits of having this particular project in this location. In conclusion, we are providing needed housing opportunities for veterans, first responders, and teachers, needed a school facility in this area, consistency with the comprehensive plan, and consistency with the land development code we have, providing all of those things. And we respectfully request a recommendation of approval from this board, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, or get somebody who's good at that.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
A couple of questions.
Sure.
I saw phase 1 and phase 2 on the site plan. What are you guys projecting in timeline for phase 1 and phase 2 construction?
I'll let somebody who, part of it will depend obviously on demand. We do think there's adequate demand. Clearly, there's demand for phase 1. We expect with the growth of the community as well as with, as school progresses to grow, but I'll let, who would be a good person for that?
Scott Meyer, Consilling Atlantic Incorporated. We're the architectural firm, and I'm a resident of Broward County. The timeline for constructing phase 2, phase 1 is approximately 1 year from now. If approved, we're going to begin construction in August and have the school open next year. Phase 2 will probably be 1 or 2 years after that, depending upon enrollment. And phase 3 is more of an amenity. That may be 2 or 3 years after that. Phase 3 is a gymnasium, assembly space, and that sort of thing that doesn't necessarily increase the student population.
Okay. A follow-up to that, so you may want to stay.
Yes.
Will the road construction, turn lanes, things like that, be completed before you start the site work for phase 1?
Oh, sorry, was that?
The requirements will be, with each phase, we'll have to review what's required for that. The signal will come with the first phase, as well as the turn lanes and the decel and XL lanes that are required.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question. What is the AMI? I know you scrolled through. Is it 80%, 60%, 50%?
It's 180 to 120.
And have they chosen a developer or builder yet for the townhomes?
Not at this point. We don't, if we did, we'd probably have more specific design for that, but obviously the site size and the stormwater and those, and the wetland are affect the number of units, and, but it's a standard townhome project, I would expect.
Thank you.
From that standpoint.
Morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Slew of questions for you this morning. Let's talk about the traffic.
Sure.
So, when the gentleman spoke, he said that based off improvements, it eased the minds of the residents. Tell me what improvements apparently eased the mind of the residents of this road, on Rutland Road.
Well, I'll let him, Scott, why don't you come up? But I think one of the issues, there were concerns regarding the ability to make turns. Obviously, the traffic light at the entrance to this school would provide better opportunities for that. I don't know that we addressed all of their concerns, because some of them are outside the nature of the project and are longer-term issues. But we did try to address those concerns, both with the turn lanes as well as acceleration and deceleration lanes.
Well, I think I need to explain, because when they came to the neighborhood meeting, they were starting at a baseline of 0, and they didn't know what to expect. So we explained that, yes, we are improving the roadway to mitigate some of these deficiencies that we noticed. And, okay, so they're not totally happy with the project. I think ultimately, you'd need to widen Rutland Road to fix the roadway completely.
I don't disagree. This is what I'm
So-
asking you.
So,
Do you have,
So-
and maybe it's a question for staff, but do you have any idea when Rutland Road is potentially scheduled to be widened?
oh, I don't know that. I know it's planned, I don't think it's funded.
I'm sorry?
I don't think it's funded, that widening roadway. So, in the interim solution, because of the school, we're gonna put a traffic signal, and we're gonna extend that left turn lane west of the school entrance, just to accommodate what, maybe even over-design what would be minimally required by county standards.
Extend the left turn lane, so you're
Yeah, for
saying
eastbound
heading, as you're heading east?
As you're heading eastbound from 301,
Yeah.
turning left into the school, the county has standards for left turn lanes. I think we're going to extend that left turn lane beyond what would be needed, just to make sure that there's enough stacking room for that turn movement.
Therefore, you're gonna have to widen the road anyways, right? It's only a 2-lane road. There's
Well,
no-
yeah, it would be a left turn lane, so you'd be widening it 12 feet,
Just in a portion.
right?
Okay.
Not to mention the townhome accesses, you're going to need left turn lanes and right turn lanes at both those connections. So,
That sounds like a mess.
no, it's not. It's a heavy road.
It's already a
road's-
busy road, and
it's
then you're
50
gonna add
miles an hour.
276 townhomes and potentially 1,000 students' school?
Yeah, but we're mitigating the deficiencies the best we can.
I don't disagree with your attempt to mitigate. I'm just saying the road is already
It's not
well
failing.
beyond.
It's not failing. We still have capacity on the roadway. Otherwise, the school would not work.
Okay, I'll
And the
be
school is
interested to hear that.
staggering.
Okay,
Start and end time, so,
okay.
y-
Next subject, let's talk about the
Yeah.
stormwater.
okay.
So if you can bring him up, please. And can you bring up a slide of the project, please?
You want the GDP? I assume.
Oh, right there. Okay. So I heard what you're doing about stormwater. And I'll ask staff, and I'm sure some residents will talk about this, about what part of this area recently flooded? And my understanding is that I think it's actually more like the south side of Rutland Road, but I'm also concerned about the east side of Rutland Road. So what you're doing is you're trying to mitigate the water that's coming onto this land. So when you build this up, you're gonna have to add dirt, right? And you're gonna end up having to raise it up. Isn't that correct?
The school site actually will be a balance, so all cut and fill will come from the school property.
But within the entire project, it's gonna be higher than what it is now?
Not significantly higher than existing grade, no.
Okay. So my understanding is rainfall water flows south. Is that correct?
The property is split. It's a little hard to show from here. Does this thing have a pointer?
Don't know. Is that a point?
Do you mind if I walk up? So if you see the middle of the school site, so the school site is basically kind of bisected by the drainage pattern. Part of it drains to the north, part of it drains to the south. And then on the east portion of the townhouse project. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then the east portion of the townhouse site is similar. The north portion of that east part of the townhouse project drains towards the wetland. The south part drains directly towards Rutland Road. So we're removing 10 acres of that area that drains to Rutland Road today from draining to Rutland Road. So it will drain towards the wetland with a significant reduction in the rate of runoff.
Okay. And so on the east side, is there any concerns about creating additional flooding on those properties? Because if that land is raised, right, then it's going to potentially go around the land onto these other properties, or no?
So if you can imagine, the property, is crowned roughly in the center. So we're respecting that elevation for the most part with the buildings and the majority of the site. So we're kind of following the pattern that's created by the land today, but except we're capturing that runoff in our stormwater collection system, routing it to the pond. So there's very little fill against the adjoining property line.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mark, tell me about your efforts to speak to that property that you effectively are engulfing, as I would call it. I happen to know that person personally, but what was your discussions with them?
I've not had any discussions, apparently we have not had specific discussions with him.
Okay. And the idea of adding, I mean, this is, you're still in the country here in Parrish, right? So these folks out here have enjoyed a life and continue to enjoy a life. I mean, this is almost like a family compound that this is surrounding, if you will. I'm certain you're going to hear from him this morning, but, I just find it a little bit, not sure what the right term is, but you're literally choking down on this property that has, I mean, it's going to be built in some way, but why such higher density? I mean, I'm all for affordable housing and everything, but is affordable housing and a higher density in this area, right next to a school, I just, without a site plan as well? Where are these townhomes, and what's going around that property for noise pollution, everything else, lighting, et cetera? Without seeing that, I'm having a hard time understanding the whole concept here.
Well, let me talk, I did talk a little bit about how this got to be where we're at. And keep in mind, your code has some of the most restrictive requirements, for instance, for lighting.
Don't disagree.
Huh?
I understand, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you can't have bleed-off lighting on the site at all, so under the code. This site, in order to make this work and make the school part of it work, you've got to have the ability to provide for some additional units on this site, and affordable units on this site. And it's all coordinated in making the project work. That also provides the ability to preserve the wetland in its entirety, as well as provide for buffers around that, and the additional stormwater requirements that Mr. Banker just talked about. So, I mean, all those things come into play, and of course, the densities allow you to have the lower rental rates that are required under the code, and it's all tied together, frankly, as a practical matter.
All right, and then talk to me a little bit about the, excuse me, I read my notes.
Sure.
The advantages and disadvantages of deferring concurrency.
Well, obviously, from our standpoint, we're going to have to meet the concurrency requirements under the code. The big advantage is we don't have to go through a much more detailed traffic analysis at this point. It also presents some risks to us down the road, frankly, from that standpoint. But we are not allowed to have that kind of, we cannot get concurrency at the GDP level. And so that's a risk for us moving forward. If we can't meet concurrency, then we won't move forward.
Okay. And then I'm on the same page that this was to be approved across the board, or however it's approved, from the infrastructure, for instance, the lanes moving in and out of the project, right? So,
Okay, I
well,
don't understand that comment.
well, you're talking about needing to put in the left turn lane.
Oh, sure.
Correct.
Yeah.
So one of the concerns would be, if that's not done before, say, all the construction is starting, then you have a pile of all these vehicles and heavy vehicles moving in and out of this property, also creating traffic while this is being built. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, to my knowledge.
We have a history of doing infrastructure last and building first.
We're going to have to do this infrastructure concurrently with the development of the site. So we would expect to have all those all of those roads and all those turn lanes and all those, you know, all the improvements that we're talking about, the transportation improvements that we've talked about, done prior to the opening of the school site.
Okay. And then the last thing is that as I was reading the school report, it appears that sidewalks are required, correct? But there are no sidewalks from that point to 301, correct?
Not currently, no.
Right.
Not a full, not
And I was
full
wondering why, like, that other subdivision to the west wasn't required to do sidewalks. But I'm guessing that probably went in before the parish high school was there, as I think.
I suspect it was a timing issue, and they were, I don't know, that'll be a question for staff more than for me as to why they weren't put in. There may be a bond that is already in place for them to be put in at some point in the near future.
Okay,
That's what I would expect.
all right. That's all I have for now. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
If I could just interject, there is sidewalk directly in front, adjacent to the project to the west. Yeah, it just doesn't go to US 301, but they did put it in adjacent to their site.
Well, the whole part of the sidewalk concept is the school board is effectively saying this site is inside of 2 miles from the high school. So there is no buses, thus, part of my thought process is there actually sidewalks that go all the way to? There probably aren't. Not that that had any effect on this project, other than sidewalks. I think you're just responsible for sidewalks on your project, correct?
Yes,
Okay, gotcha.
and we're committed to putting the sidewalks in.
Yeah.
I just have a question about the affordable housing, so that 25% comes out to 59 units, I believe.
That's correct.
Could that potentially be all of the staff at the charter school? How do you prioritize?
Potentially, yes, I
Yeah.
guess it could.
Yeah,
I
but how
don't
do you
expect that to be the
prioritize?
case, but it could be.
Okay, so theoretically, it could be.
Yeah, assuming, I don't know what they're paying over at the school, but assuming they all qualified.
I
then
don't either.
yes.
I was just curious, and you have veteran, so you're going to prioritize those three groups?
Yes.
Do you have a
That-
method for,
We've committed to doing that, yes.
is it first come, first served, or?
It'll be first come, first served, obviously, initially, and then as time goes on, if we have lists as
To fill it
units open up,
initially, okay.
those will get priority.
All right, thank you.
I have a couple of follow-up questions following discussion, particularly stormwater and flooding. We're saying the site had no flooding, but the site has 3 flood zones on it of XA and AE. Can we get a clarification of which portion of the site lies in those flood zones?
Again, Jeff Banker, Highland Engineering. So if you, in the kind of northeast corner of, we'll call the townhouse site, there's 10.5 acres of wetlands. That flood zone is predominantly associated with that wetland limit. It parallels that wetland line. It's an elevation of 27.5. We're staying completely outside of that zone with any development.
So that's the only portion of the site that's in those, that comprises those 2 flood zones?
Yeah, the other flood zones are outside of the flood.
Is there any consideration being considered for access that doesn't require like walking for teachers or students or staff from townhomes directly onto school site?
We talked about that ideally, that would be a good idea. There will be an opportunity, obviously, to walk along the sidewalk along Rutland Road. Because of the location of both the stormwater and from security standpoints, we did not have an internal walkway, but we will have a connector up there so that they can walk directly to school.
Okay, and then has there been any consideration in keeping with the characteristics of the area for the townhomes to be more horizontal versus vertical?
More horizontal, just vertical.
Yes, I believe it said it could be, the plan is that it's going to be 3 stories.
I don't think they're going to be 3 stories. The plan is for them to be 2 stories. In fact, everything on this site is actually going to be 2 stories or less.
Okay.
Okay?
I've got a question for you.
Sure.
The charter school won't be built unless the townhomes are built, correct? That's
Pla-
a,
the
it's a
planning-
pretty, I mean, this is, let me just.
It's one
we're
site
gonna-
plan.
We're gonna boil this down to what this is. We've got to have the entire site plan or the charter school doesn't get built.
I think that's correct.
And why is that?
Partly because of the way, well, I'll let Mr. Campbell come up and talk about that.
Good morning.
Yeah, the two reasons. One, a lot of the traffic improvements are generated from impact fees from the residential. In fact, I think Mark just told me 5 minutes ago, the traffic impact fees are almost 3.3 million, which goes back into Manatee County infrastructure. So it's very hard for the school to pay for all those traffic improvements. So you understand. And then the school, schedule-wise, if we're approved, the school's going to be built first, and the traffic improvements are going to be built that are required for the school. So that's where we are. And we had to buy the whole site. We weren't able to subdivide it. So we are jointly doing this project together.
But we need, let me make sure I understand. We need the impact fees from the townhomes to build the traffic infrastructure improvements for the charter school.
Well, that's a big assistance in the funding for the traffic comes out of the affordable housing project.
Okay, but we don't have a full plan yet for the affordable
In fact,
housing.
the affordable housing part, the schools, actually, the way we set this up on paper, the school's funding the traffic improvements required for the school, and the affordable housing reimburses them upon their approval. I mean, building permits and construction. In other words, when impact fees are paid, is when they get reimbursed.
Okay. Another question, the variations on the setback. So we've talked about sidewalks. We've talked about needing to widen or improve Rutland Road. We've even talked about we'll call it the carve-out, the property not included there. And we're talking about varying the setbacks and making it less than typical setbacks, is that right?
I'm going to give that one to Jeff.
Yeah, if you could, Mark.
You can either leave it here or you can go to the other one. I'm okay either way.
Yeah, I think it's probably easier to describe here.
Yep.
The setbacks we're talking about are landscape buffers, are greenbelt buffers required along the frontage of the site. So this project is set back an additional 25 feet from Rutland Road's current right-of-way for future right-of-way for Rutland Road. So there's 25 feet for that. And then there's another buffer that we're providing, which is a variable width buffer. So 30 foot on the west side and 15 foot along the frontage of the school, mostly because of the athletic field and the queue length you see and the winding on the north side of the school. To fit those improvements, to make sure we provide those accommodations appropriately, that adjustment in the buffer is required.
Okay. Okay, that's all I got. Thanks.
And I do want to point out, it still provides about a 21-foot average, which a 20-foot is required by code.
Yeah, but you're just talking about the green
Yes.
buffer, right?
Question while you have this slide up that I just noticed. You have, heading westbound, you have just that one-way going entrance into the school. You have that turn lane, and then you have a single exit. Do we not foresee backups and issues happening there with people trying to go east and westbound just in general traffic on Rutland, and then exiting the school and entering the school for pickups, drop-offs, those types of things? I mean, I drive Fort Hamer almost daily. With Williams Elementary there, they have to have police out there stopping and directing traffic. The backups on that are miles.
Right. I mean, I don't want to speak for a traffic consultant, but I could probably take a stab at it if you want. The signal would mitigate a lot of that concern with entering movements and exiting movements from the school at the main entrance. There are 2 lanes leaving the school for the drop-off queue, right out and a left out. And the breaks created by the signal will allow that traffic to also flow out of the school.
You know, Mark, if you wanted to, we could show that simulation. I don't know if this would be appropriate time or not. I prepared a simulation as part of my software for the analysis, and it's about 4 minutes long. It shows how the signal will work during the morning rush hour There it is, okay. So left side is the school entrance and exit. Middle is the school exit only. To the right is Spencer Parish Road. We can go ahead and get that to run. It's an MP4 file.
It told me it would work, but I don't know where.
Yeah. There we go, so, okay, so, and I'm running this at 4 times speed so we can capture the entire 15-minute peak period of school entrance. So you're gonna see a little bit of run-up before school, and then you're gonna start to see the school traffic really increasing. So as you see eastbound, you can start to see the left turns moving into the school. You'll get a green light for westbound traffic. That gives them some green time to go through. And then you stop traffic again, you allow the eastbound left turns to get in. What that does is, when I was looking at this, I saw exactly what you were talking about. And my first inclination was to put the signal at the exit only, which would be intuitive. But we've got a large number of eastbound left turns going in there. They need green time. So while we're providing a red light for that, the exit movement actually works out a lot better. It stops the continuous flow of traffic on Rutland, so they can make their right turn and their left turn movement out. So we're just gonna go ahead and let this roll along a little bit more.
Can we ask some questions while we're running this?
Absolutely.
Because I think this is kind of important here.
Absolutely.
So you've got a lot of eastbound movement coming in.
Yes, that's right.
There, which means you're going to have a lot of westbound exits.
That's right, yeah, you can see
The
that.
same, if not more, correct?
You're gonna have more entering because you're gonna have staff and teachers and things like that. But the point is the same.
No. From the east, you're going to have the same number going back out to the west. If they're coming in, they have to go back out the way
Yeah,
they came.
you're right, the same percentages. So what you're seeing is the signal is functioning. You are providing a break in traffic that allows these guys to make their right turn to head west.
The signal is only going to be at the entrance.
That's correct.
The other question I have, as we're running this, and it's fine, this is
Yeah.
okay. This traffic count is based on what?
We were out there in 2024 taking traffic counts at the intersections. We went up and down 301.
What
We went
time
up and
of-
down Rutland.
Sorry to interrupt. What time of year were you there?
It was during the school year. I don't remember the month. Again, we've been working on this for over 12 months. But this was done in 2024. And then to estimate, yeah, go
Scott,
ahead.
Don't we have to make adjustments for the time of year?
Yeah, that's right. That's called a peak season correction factor. That's something that the state of Florida does for all of their traffic data. So whatever time of year we take counts, it's normalized to what the typical rush hour would look like. Now, on top of that, I've got software that can tell you if you've got a school charter of this size, this is how many cars are coming in and coming out. Of course, we identified a problem, so we looked at staggering start and end times. Of course, you need to look at half the cars coming in. And then schools are their own animal because the concentration of traffic happens all at once, whereas the normal traffic on Rutland Road, that's spread very evenly. So it's very difficult to model. You'll see a couple of bugs and glitches here, but the result of the analysis still holds that you need some kind of mitigation for this deficiency. And running through this, and I also prepared a roundabout, which works. I like the signal option better, but the signal does work. You can see there is a fair amount of stacking in the eastbound direction, but as soon as they get 30, 35 seconds of green light, they can roll through, and then you've got about 60 seconds of green light for the westbound traffic. And you can see, as you're heading south at the exit only, you've got a queue of what, 5, 6, 7 cars, but once they see a break in traffic, they're able to exit the movement. It functions.
Do we know how far beyond both sides of the school zone will be happening? Because if I remember correctly, the speed limit on this, I'm just thinking if I'm a parent who's exiting this and I'm trying to merge onto a road with people going 55, 60, 65 miles per hour, add in the fact that there is a massive influx of construction vehicles, dump trucks, things like that on the road, that's a concern for me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think staff made the comment, and of course, staff is going to be involved in all the site planning approvals, and that involves the creation of the school zone. And then, of course, during construction, Manatee County has standards for construction off the roadways for flagging, speed reduction, and things like that, too. So, anything else about how traffic is operating during peak school time, peak hour, which would be the morning rush hour?
It looks like
Things
you
like
have
that.
this from 7 to 7:45 in the morning. What are the staggered times proposed to be?
Those are details. What I did was I took the stagger, well, okay, let me back up. So from 7 to 7:15 in the simulation, I just did what normal traffic is, kind of a prelim. And then 15 minutes, I concentrated the traffic, 7:15 to 7:30, where half of the school enrollment would be coming in and coming out. And then I allowed for another 15 minutes for things to die down. And then I didn't do another simulation, but it would essentially show the same thing from 8 o'clock to 8:15. But, you know, Robert, they've got charter schools in Manatee and elsewhere. They're very familiar with a stagger and starting and end time. So I don't know those details. I think that'll be worked out.
I would be curious to hear what those details are, because if you're basing this from 7 to 8:15 or 8:30, but they're not starting school until 8:30, 8:45, like, that all affects that.
Yeah, yeah. And again, this is the peak traffic on Rutland Road, because we want to look at worst-case scenario, obviously. If school start time is after 6:45 to 7:45, or whenever the peak is on 695, you know, that only benefits us. But yes, this is a worst-case scenario. Robert, do you have any thoughts on staggering and starting?
I mean, I haven't, historically, they usually do two 45-minute shifts, where half the enrollment comes for the first 45 minutes, which is an earlier group, and then the other half comes the next 45 minutes. But
So is that
that gets
typically-
fine, you know, at a GDP level where we are for zoning, that's part of the FSP approval. So there's a traffic plan that's signed off by the school and the county on how it's going to run, and it's subject to the county's approval.
And the school will stagger the start time for.
Correct,
those-
yeah, they bring in, I think it's K4 goes first, and then 4-8, and I might have it backwards. But that's usually how they do it.
Since
And it's two 45-minute shifts, I believe, but that plan hasn't been negotiated out yet with the county.
I'm not holding you to this, but what do those start times typically look like? Is it 7:45? Is it 8 o'clock? Is it 8:15? Is it 7 a.m.?
Yeah, I'm thinking that, Will Staros can answer this better than I can.
Will Staros, resident of Manatee County. So yeah, typically it is 45.
You've been sworn.
Yes, I have been sworn. So it would be a sort of 7:15 initial, and then sort of a 7:45, 8 o'clock initial in the morning, and then a 3 o'clock and sort of a 3:30. I think it's also important to note that when the school is open on this site, it will have 2 buses that will transport 71 students on each bus. So that will reduce the number. We also offer after-school clubs and organizations that hold students as well as after-school sports. So it holds about 25% of our students either in aftercare or a club or an organization. So they'll be leaving at different times, extended beyond what would be a typical. And then also the school is not opening immediately with 1,000+ students. It will have a gradual ramp up over 5 or 6 years before it reaches its full capacity moving forward. So I think all of those things assist in the mitigation for traffic concerns.
Your after-school programs and things like that, would those typically end? Is that a 4:30? Is that a 5 o'clock? Is that a 6 o'clock?
So
I'm
aftercare,
curious if
the
those hit
aftercare
into the
program
peak.
typically ends at 6. Most of our parents pick up between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. Our sports programming runs from about 3:45 until about 4:45. If there are games or whatever, obviously then on our athletic field, there'll be their extended period. Clubs and activities run from about 3:30 until 4:15-ish. They're about 45 minutes. So again, they're withholding those students from dismissal when the rest of the school is doing their dismissal process. And so they remain on site at that time.
Thank you.
This question, Mr. Cambo, is it?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, and for the record, my understanding is nobody reached out to Mr. Whitaker. Is that correct?
We did not have his contact information. We are happy to talk to him at any time. It's not because we didn't want to, we had no.
Nobody thought to just walk up to his door and say, hey, we're thinking about engulfing your house with 700 or 600, 276 townhomes? How can we be of help to get you on board?
I gave Mr. Cambo my number. You have it.
Sir, you can't speak from the
Yeah.
audience, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Look, I'll take the blame for that, but it was because, we'll have a conversation right now when this is done.
Okay.
It wasn't that I was, we're always respectful of our neighbors when we build. We always put in extra buffers, setbacks, landscape.
We're actually
deal with ex-
reducing buffers and setbacks in this case.
Well, I'm talking about around the homeowner's property. I think you're talking specifically about the two
Correct.
lots that we kind of work around. We'll do everything that the county requires, and we're certainly happy to hear his concerns, and we weren't trying to avoid him, is what I'm trying to tell you.
And then on the setback subject, correct me if I'm wrong, you're wanting to reduce the setback on the east side and then in lieu of put up a fence. Has anybody spoken to the homeowner to the east to see what their preference might be?
I think we have to put a fence on the whole east property line.
East property line and north property.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
required.
so you have to do a fence anyways.
We did that at Paris Charter Academy.
No,
Well,
we don't have to do that, but we are going to do that.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, sir.
you're welcome.
Yeah, one last question on the traffic.
Okay?
I mean, we've said, we looked at 2024 and we talked about worst-case scenarios. How much percentage above 2024 for traffic did you add to your model?
That's a good question. We were directed by the county, I think it was 2% per year. If you bear with me 1 second, I'll look through my study to see exactly what factor we used. 2% per year increase to 2027. So what you're seeing is an
So-
increase of 6%.
Okay. Seemed like enough?
This was based on historical data on 675.
I'm going to ask you, does that seem like enough?
Well, when you're talking about percentages, if it's 10% versus 6%, you're talking about little tiny factors. What we're looking for is what mitigations we need to handle the traffic. So whether it's 6% or whether it's 12%, signal is still the recommended.
Let me ask one more, I mean, I said this, and this will be my last question on this. How would you design this if you had carte blanche?
Oh, I'd widen 675. I'd make it a 4-lane with boulevard and turn lanes at every intersection.
I like your vision.
Yeah, but that's just me. We deal in the real world, and I'd like to end world hunger too, but I can't.
Any additional questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
May we have staff's presentation, please?
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Laura Gonzalez with staff, and I have been sworn. So we have here the property that is located on the north side of Roland Ranch, and it is consists in 2 parcels. In 2007, a portion of the larger parcel was rezoned from A1 to PDR, and the rest remain as A1. So the request today is to approve, what we are presenting today is a rezone of the remaining area to consolidate the PDR zoning district in the whole property, and to approve a general development plan for 236 multifamily units, townhome style, with an affordable housing component, a charter school, and a child care center. The future land use category is UF3, as in the surrounding area, with a maximum of 3 dwelling units per acre and 9 dwelling units per acre for mixed-use projects and affordable housing projects as like this one. This is the current zoning map, and I mentioned that the request is to consolidate the PDR zoning district in the whole property. This is the general development plan that we have been discussing, and it shows to the west the 35 acres for the residential area, and to the east we have the school and the daycare center. There is a total of 10.52 acres of wetlands. There are 4 access points on County Road 675. The map shows also, the GDP shows also the buffers and 3 stormwater management areas. Because of the wetlands represent more than 20% of the total acreage, according to the comprehensive plan, we need to make an adjustment in the maximum acreage that could be considered to apply density. And we have the numbers here. In this case, the total acreage would be 44.68 acres. That includes the area that is outside the wetlands, plus the maximum wetland acreage that can be considered according to the land development code. The comprehensive plan. And the maximum number of dwelling units, the revised threshold is 400 dwelling units, and the proposed dwelling units remains below this adjusted threshold, with a resulting density of 5.28 dwelling units per acre. This density is below the threshold, but is still higher compared to the density in nearby developments. The truth is that it's basically because of the density bonus, and the other proposals or the other projects that have been approved doesn't have this component. As the applicant mentioned, there are 2 specific approvals to reduce or to allow a variable roadway buffer in between 15 feet and 30 feet adjacent to the school site. And the mitigating measure is that they will increase the density over the 20 feet that is required where possible, and they will provide additional landscaping. Applicant is also requesting a specific approval to reduce the greenbelt buffer adjacent to the school from 50 feet to 10 feet. And to mitigate that, they are proposing the opaque fence. Here we have the result of the transportation leading capacity analysis. The adopted level of service is D. With this development, the level of service will be F, or D if we consider needed but unfunded improvements required to mitigate background traffic impacts. To summarize this project, the positive aspect, the project will provide affordable housing units and school use. Staff has reviewed the existing infrastructure and utilities and determined that they can support this development. There are no wetland impacts proposed. No protected species on site has been identified. This is an infill project, and the school will retain peak hour trips within the community. Negative aspect, the proposed density is higher compared to the immediate vicinity, and the proposed 3-story multifamily townhomes exceed the height, and it's a different type of dwelling unit compared to the surrounding properties. 2 specific approvals has been requested, and the lack of bus routes, sidewalks, and bike lanes limit mobility and create safety concerns. As a mitigating measures, the applicant is proposing buffers, and to support the request of a specific approval, they are providing enhanced landscape and a fence on the school side, to the north and to the east. This concludes my presentation. The project can be found consistent with the comprehensive plan and the applicable standards of the Land Development Code. And at time of the final site plan, all of these requirements will be reviewed in detail and the stipulations in the ordinance to demonstrate, to be sure that they comply with all of these requirements. I have Nelson Galliano that have additional information on the transportation project.
Good morning, Nelson Galliano, transportation staff. I have been sorry. There are several questions today regarding traffic, and I will take some time try to answer all of them.
Nelson, here, sorry. Not to interrupt you, but before you begin, I believe, can you remind us of when widening 675 is on the CIP?
Let me go on these matters, yes. Let me start with this explaining today's condition on County Road 675. As you can see here, that is the corridor. Today, on our database, we divide this corridor in two sections, north of Railroad and south of Railroad. This segmentation will change because we are updating the lynching table. It means our database needs to be updated. We are working on this one. And instead of having two segments, we will have 9 because we need to analyze in detail what is going on Rutland. That's the first component. But nevertheless, we have here two different, without considering the FDAP, because that is an important point. Here, that is our area, study area. And in this area, we have traffic growth about 13 and 21% in the last 2 years. It means we are growing in terms of traffic between 13 and 21% during the last 2 years. Please understand the amount of growth. We are growing heavily. The capacity of the road, although the roadway is the same cross-section along between 64 and 301, the capacity is different because the operational speed is different. There are a relationship between capacity and speed, and the north section shows more capacity, the south section, because south section has operational speed higher, and that is an important point on this one. That is the existing conditions. The future conditions will be this is our future circulation plan, and it shows the number of lanes. And if you see here, Rutland will be 6 lanes, in the 2045. Yeah, that is the plan, long-range transportation plan. How can we get this stage? I don't know. We don't know because it implies a lot of money and efforts. And this is part of the planning process. And I believe this is an item of discussion with the board and with Public Works and everyone. But the goal is to have in the future, 2045, 6 lanes on Rutland.
Is 2045 when that would be completed or when it would start?
When it is in operation. It means when it is completed.
Okay.
That's the horizon scenario. That is what we have. And this is not a proposed road. This is an existing road. That is another item because you see what is going on this area that will impact also the operation on Rutland. It means here that we don't have this. We don't. It is not existing. It is proposed. It is on the plan. But if the existence of this roads, when they come in operation, Rutland should be ready because how they will be moving at that time. But that is future 2045. I hope I start answered your question. Okay. Let's go.
Could I ask one clarifying question?
Yes.
Am I understanding correctly, you're saying, so based on that area to the west of this proposed project, we've had a 34% increase in traffic over the last 2 years?
Yes.
And referencing back to the study completed by the applicant, they're accounting for a 6% increase.
Okay, there are two different things. One thing is in the way we project traffic for the long term, and another how we use the traffic for projects. We use okay, what I show you here, these percentages, these growth rates are based on traffic counts. This is what's happening right now, counting cars. For planning purposes, long term, we use socioeconomical data, how will be the territory, how will be the network, and we create a model, and it shows growth patterns. I don't know exactly how will be. Usually, there are higher than 2% because this is empty land. Yeah, that is long term. But for projects, what we use is the best trips. What is best trips? Although the county repeal transportation concurrency, we continue keeping track about the trips and projects that we approve, and these trips will be in a trip reservation report. And that is the reason I am saying we are updating the Lynchick table, which summarize and take in account these trips that have been approved but are not in the roadway. And we name them best trips. And we need to be cautious on this one because it's not only, we cannot only include these trips based on the current network, but also in the future network. That is one thing. And another thing, we cannot include all of them at the same time because we are not able to build everything at the same time. I hope you understand this concept because sometimes this is...
Right, yeah, I understand the concept. It's, 6 one
Yes,
way,
sir.
kind of half dozen the other, and nothing's fully communicating.
I try to explain the conditions because and how do we the analysis because sometimes this is complicated. Yes, go ahead, sir.
I just want to confirm what I thought I heard. On one hand, we have data of actual trips.
Yes, sir.
On the other hand, for projection purposes, we're just using a completely different number than actual data.
Let me explain. To have the total traffic, total traffic is made by two different traffic. The existing ones that we have from the traffic count, and the other that we have on the reservation system, on the data bank that we have, database that we have, and we know that these trips will be in place. That's the total trips. Trips that exist right now, and in the state of using growth rates, yeah, we use the reservation trips that we know that they will be on the road. Because that is essentially the only tool that the county has for transportation planning purposes. Everything that has been approved but not built, it creates traffic, and it is on a database.
Well,
they name best trips,
yeah.
And many name it wrongly phantom trips.
Well, you would agree that the increase in traffic that we've seen based off the data of trips is due to the growth that we had previously leading up to the trips, right?
Yes, sir.
So if we know over the last several years here that we're in a particular pattern of trip growth, by that specific data, why wouldn't you use that growth percentage data for the projection?
Sir, because it is almost impossible to grow at 20% every 2 years. This is, based on my experience on transportation, growing 20% yearly, this is too high. We don't use.
So have you done the data, say, the last 10 years and averaged that out?
Excuse me, sir?
have we looked at the data, say, over the last 10 years?
Yes, we can go.
And average that out?
Yes, I am showing you how we are growing the last 2 years, essentially because this is in the way we are updating the lynching table. The last data we have from the lynching table is 2022, and we are updating to 2024. And that is the type of parameters that I want to present here. I don't want to go 10 years back because I cannot compare evenly the information. But yes, it means the growth rate that if we will use growth rates, we will use a growth rate using data from the last 15 years if possible. But that is not the method we use here in Manatee County. Okay. We spoke about the growth rate. We spoke about okay. Another thing is, please be aware that south of railroad, the growth is 1.7%. It means understand the difference between both areas and how the territory is in that way developed. Let's go to the other item, which is improvements. The traffic study clearly states that left turn and right turn lanes for thoroughfares with posted speed higher than 40 miles per hour or greater will be needed at this roadway and at the access of this facility. It means the project, they need to put the turn lanes on the accesses in order to make possible this operation. And that is an important point. Of course, when we set turn lanes, there are some technical challenges, and sometimes the inclusion of turn lanes restrict access on adjacent properties. And it could be one of these cases because there are neighbors that they have full accesses, and they need to preserve the access. That is one thing. The other thing is the trip generation. The peak hour of the network is different than the peak hour of the school, because the school operates at different peak hours. And getting this type of simulation, this type is the AM simulation that we saw. The simulation is for the school. It is not for the roadway, because we need to consider the roadway at the PM peak hour. And it, of course, includes some traffic regarding the project. But we need to understand that not all traffic project will be at the same time when the peak hour of the roadway network. It's two different things that we need to understand on the simulation.
Can you, could you confirm what the peak hours are? What you run them as in the study, so that, because we've heard from the applicant
Okay, that is another point. When there are a lot of details. When we design roadways, we go with the PM peak hour, which is the highest. When we go to analyze accesses, we go to the peak hour of the generator. Yeah, and I believe in this case, what we saw is the analysis of the access with signalized condition. It should be revised, and let me explain why. The turn lane, when we install turn lanes, we restrict in somehow the movements of the adjacent properties, and that is one of the problems. To avoid this one, roundabouts provides a good solution. And we believe that the roundabout is the best solution for several reasons. First, it makes easier how to manage the turn lanes. Second, it provides the gate effect. When we drive through a roundabout, we drivers, we change our mind and our behavior change. And because it is on the north side of the corridor, it creates the gate effect for the entire corridor south when you get from the north. And it helps because right now the operating speed on Rutal is really high. And it is to protect also the users around the school. It means the students, if they walk and bike. and it creates, it slows the operation, but it provides continued flow on the operation, and that's the beauty of roundabouts. And besides, the maintenance cost of roundabouts in the long term is really lower than the traffic signal. Roundabout improvement. Yes, and again, please be aware that the peak hour of the generator of the school is not the same than the peak hour of the roadway network.
Can you tell us what the peak hour for the roadway network is?
Should be between 7 and 9 a.m. and 4 and 6 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay.
That is the standard.
Okay. Then if I'm understanding it incorrectly then, if peak hour is 7 to 9 a.m. and the school is operating from 7:15 and 7:45 for their two in trips, that falls at the same peak hour.
Yes, but the PM, the peak hour we work with on the roadway network is PM because it is higher than the AM. When it is about residential developments, we also consider AM for analysis purpose, not for capacity, only for operational purposes, because everyone goes out at AM. For capacity purposes, we consider essentially PM,
So
4 to 6.
what about then, does this, and I apologize, if you can then also talk about the traffic impact with the 236 townhomes?
Yes, because this is townhomes, they produce essentially during the PM peak hour, 120, 25, something like that, trips during the PM peak hour. During the AM, let me see the trip generation during the AM. This is 96. It means, again, that is an expression that the peak hour, that the AM peak hour is lower than the PM peak hour. We use AM, yes, for analytical purposes as access on residential developments.
So the daycare center would act more like the townhomes in terms of peak hour?
Daycare center?
There's a daycare center with the school, so that would maybe people, I don't know, I should ask the applicant, but.
The daycare center,
If there's a daycare center and it's open until 6 o'clock at night or whatever, that would add to the peak hour.
it creates 94 trips during the AM peak hour. And
the
it should be
PM?
part of the analysis, of course.
Yeah, okay. And then the PM would be more like.
And PM will be similar for the daycare.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just have a quick question, clarification. The Rutland Road right now, its level of service is D, is that correct?
Okay, that is another thing. Yeah,
And with this proposed project, it moves to F?
Yes, say yes. If we don't do any improvement on the roadway, yes.
And just one last clarification on what I thought I heard. When you're dealing with the capacity of the roadway, you're only looking at the height of the PM?
The PM peak hour, yes, sir, because
We're not considering AM at all when you're talking about capacity?
yes, when it is about residential components, we look at the AM, yes, because sometimes depend on the type of
So
development.
for the residential,
But it
you're
is
looking
essentially
at
PM peak
AM as
hour.
well, but on the school, we're not looking at the AM?
No.
Is that a rule, or is that a guideline?
No, it is in the way we operate the network. It means we have higher traffic on PM and low everyone.
I would
but the school
disagree.
is lower.
100%. So that's what I'm asking you. Is this a guideline, or is it a rule?
This is the standard, yes, sir. This is the standard, the practice, the professional practice.
Is that in the comprehensive plan?
It's-
Or is there a code, a statute, a law, a rule that you have to live by that says, for capacity purposes, I can only look at the PM peak?
Yes, sir.
It's
the
part of their standard.
Yes, this is part of the standard.
Yeah.
So.
I follow standards. We
I-
follow
I-
standards.
I'm with you. Standards can be defined in a bunch of different ways. So I can understand there's a standard operating procedure that you have to work within, right? But it's not a rule, it's not a law, it's not in the land development code, it's not in the comprehensive plan, just as the way the things have been done. So my question is, do you have the discretion, if asked or told, to include the AM peak in the capacity analysis of the road?
Sir, in this case, it doesn't matter because the traffic value of the project is lower during the AM than the PM. Every time it happens the same.
So we think the AM is actually lower than the PM?
No, for this case, for
Yeah.
this project with the school, yes, AM is higher, yes. But
But you're not considering that for
no, because
capacity
the higher volume we have on the roadway network is at PM. And that is the worst condition we have to analyze.
So what they.
It will
oh,
be
you
favorable for
understand?
the,
You understand what he's saying? You can't use the AM to, PM is the most highest traffic on that road. You can't add the AM traffic to it. You have to use
So that's,
PM and
okay, that's
PM.
what I'm hearing. So
if
you're saying the analysis suggests that the PM is higher than the AM?
PM
yes,
on the
but
road
it
is.
should be.
On the road.
Yes, on the road. It should be, it means.
I would have actually guessed the opposite.
Yeah. If the trip generation of the AM will be extremely higher that overpass the PM, I will say yes, let's analyze in that way.
Okay.
I haven't seen any project
That
in
was
that way
my
in my life.
confusion.
I
Understood.
haven't seen any project in my way, in my life.
Very good answer. Thank you.
And I would just like to clarify that there's a stipulation E that talks about an agreement that we discussed with the attorney and the applicant regarding some stipulations that they have agreed to. And one of those items is to look at installing a roundabout at the school's main entrance. And just so you're aware, we have not approved any plan that shows a traffic signal light there. They're talking as if that's going to be a given. We have not approved that.
That would come at final site plan?
It will be at the final site plan level, and that we will enter into an agreement.
Thank you. Is there any additional questions on traffic? Anything on stormwater while we have the staff up, or we could open it up to public comment? Okay. At this time, we are opening up for public comment. Please step forward, state your name, and that you've been sworn in.
Hi, my name is Dawn Patterson. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I've been sworn in. My name is Dawn Patterson. I'm the principal of Parish Charter Academy. I've been there since the inception of our school in 2019 and can completely attest to the growth in the community. We started very similar to North River Charter. They are going to be our sister school, so I am here for them with 200 students. And we now currently serve, going into the next school year, over 1,000 students with 2 buildings on our campus. We also have about 200 to 300 students on our wait list. So I'm here to tell you that I know that the community needs a school, and what a better way than to add another charter school. It's publicly funded by state funds, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some people that registered to speak first, so let's go through that line first, and we'll open up to the rest of the public. Bradley Anderson.
It's a longer walk than it looks online, let me tell you. All right. My name is Bradley Anderson. For the record, I have been sworn in, and I'm a Manatee County resident. All right. A very good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bradley Anderson. I actually live directly across south of the proposed property on County Road 675, where the 236 multifamily unit homes, in addition to the K-8 charter school, are being considered. My wife and I, we also run a business from a property, but more important, I'm a father that's raising 3 beautiful children on that property. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was in the front yard with my children when an absolutely devastating head-on collision took place directly in front of the proposed site of the school. Myself, along with our neighbors, ran to the scene where, tragically, there was an individual who was a father, he was a husband, as well as a son, lost his life that day. It is that tragedy that changed how I view this proposal, and that is one of many wrecks that has taken place in front of our homes. But let me be clear, though. I respect property rights, and I recognize that growth is a part of our county's future. I also want to express my respect for Mr. Jones, who I had the privilege of serving with in the Parish Civic Association Board. My concerns today, though, are not about ownership or opposition for opposition's sake. It is about balance, it is about safety, and it is about long-term sustainability. This proposal, as you heard, clusters over between 5 and 7 units per acre, in addition to a K-8 school on a single parcel with a shared access to a rural 2-lane road that is already under immense strain. It is simply too much. It is too fast for this stretch of 675, which, as you've heard today, is a corridor with no immediate expansion or traffic calming improvements planned. And while it may look efficient on paper, combining a school as well as a high-density development, it masks their true impact on infrastructure, on safety, as well as on traffic. These are 2 very different issues. They should be evaluated independently, not bundled to push a project through. A school's pickup and drop-off patterns alone will cause significant delays and congestion on County Road 675. Layering that with high-density residential traffic is going to mean gridlock through peak time traffic. And with limited turning lanes, that is an absolute recipe for disaster. The nearby neighborhoods are also much lower in density. Many are large lot homes or agricultural properties. This property is simply out of character for the area. It is not transitional. It is a density spike that does not fit the context of this community or area. And perhaps most alarming, there are no current sidewalks beyond Nalanda Estates on County Road 675, and even the proposed plan only includes sidewalks that stop at the property line. That means that children walking or biking to school from adjacent neighborhoods are going to be forced into the roadway. There is no shoulder, there are no crosswalks, no safe passage. It is not just inconvenient, it is deadly. Are we really comfortable approving a school plan that leaves children in traffic? But let's talk specifics. The applicant is asking for not 1, but 2 very specific code exemptions. First, 1, to shrink the roadway buffer below standard width. Second, to reduce a required greenbelt to just 10 feet using a plastic fence in place of native vegetation. The justification is that it enhances school safety or security. But there is no security assessment, there is no CPTED study, no expert endorsement, just a claim. These aren't superior alternatives, they are shortcuts to squeeze in more development. That is not planning, that is gaming the system. Environmentally, the site includes over 10 acres of jurisdictional wetlands. It lies partially in flood zone AE, which is a 100-year floodplain. And as someone, despite being zoned X, south of the property, had to personally pump over 1 million gallons of water off of my property after Helene and Milton for the safety of my children and my livestock. I can tell you this land doesn't drain like paper plans say it will. The watershed is maxed out. Adding more impervious surface, more runoff, and fewer buffers is asking for more flooding, more damage, and more risk, especially for those us around. The public wasn't asked or beyond a required neighborhood meeting, and we need to see more public engagement around this. Where is the community support for these buffer reductions? Where's the traffic study that does account for peak school hours? Where's the commitment to sidewalks that don't dead end in property line? So in closing, if I may have 15 seconds to finish it up, I'm asking you, not just as a neighbor, not just as a father, but as someone who believes in smart, forward-looking growth, to A, slow this project down until infrastructure can support it, to reconsider the proposed density in light of local context, Third, and most importantly, evaluate the school and housing separately. It is just plain as simple as it should be. And most importantly, do not let our children's safety or environmental protections be the compromise in this. You have the power to ask for better. The community is asking you to do exactly that. I don't envy you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Brad Anderson?
Bradley Anderson, yes.
Yeah, same one, okay. Brittany Fangmeyer?
You need to submit the letter, please, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brittany Fangmeyer. I'm a Manatee resident, and I have been sworn in. Thank you for having me. I am the principal of North River Charter Academy, and I am very excited about this new endeavor. We already have 200 kids enrolled for next year, and we have 15 teachers. All of them are very excited to start the school. For next year, we will be using Parish Charter Academy's Building 1, and we will quickly outgrow that, which is why it is so important for us to be able to get this approved. We are a STEAM school, and with that, I know that science and agriculture is the heart of Parish, and we will be focusing on that, so I did want to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Amber Remington?
Good morning. Thank you for seeing me. I am here to express my strong
You
support.
need to state your name and that you've been
My
sworn.
name's Amber Remington, and I'm a Hillsborough County, and I'm moving over to Manatee County.
And you have been sworn.
Yes, sir. I am here to express my strong support for North River Charter Academy and its upcoming plans for the new campus on Rutland Road. As a member of this community and a supporter of our local schools, I believe North River Charter Academy is truly vital to the growth and well-being of our neighborhood. North River Charter Academy is more than just a school. It is a warm, welcoming, family-oriented environment that nurtures students academically, socially, and emotionally. The school's culture of warmth creates peace of mind for our families, knowing they belong to a community where we are all family. This strong sense of community and shared purpose helps our families grow together, fostering bonds that extend beyond the class and its everyday life. With our community growing rapidly, it is more important than ever to maintain the supportive atmosphere that makes every family feel valued and connected. The school's commitment to providing high-quality education while fostering a sense of belonging is what sets North River Charter Academy apart. I invite you to support the approval of the General Development Plan. It is what our families need, and as a mother of two beautiful girls, this is very important to me personally and to our community and family and friends around us. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Anderson? Same guy again?
It might have been
God,
a glitch.
he keeps getting
I'll
me.
come again.
It's that Bradley and Brad. He double booked. Mark McCabe?
My name is Mark McCabe. I have not been sworn in, so.
Anybody else
I'm
wishes to speak on the next three items, please stand up and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Planning Commission are truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you.
I serve on the board of directors for Parish Charter Academy and as well as the North River Charter, so I'm here in support of the school. I can assure you that North River will follow the same example, the same success that we've had at Parish Charter. We opened in 2019. We're over 1,000 students there. It's a similar location. Erie Road was a 2-lane country road when we built our school. And I reject the notion that we would put any of our students at risk with the traffic. This isn't our first school. This isn't, we know how to safely move our students in and out of school. And Mr. Ziegler raised a good point earlier. The reason why this is a connected project is when we were searching for land for North River, this parcel, the seller was adamant that it be sold as one piece. We weren't able, we would have preferred to break it out, but that wasn't an option. So we partnered with Mr. Cambo, who was our developer on the first school. And this housing project is integral to the school being able to be opened. And the fact that we're providing affordable housing, it'll be an enhancement for our recruitment of teachers. Housing has been an issue with recruitment of teachers in this state, especially with the rising cost of housing. So it's certainly an enhancement for the school going forward to have this townhouse housing right on site. So we just ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Please step on up.
Good morning, I'm Chris Whitaker. I have been sworn. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I do apologize for speaking out of turn from the attendance or from the audience earlier. I did want to just let you guys know I have never been to a planning commission meeting, so this is my first one. I've been to a couple of meetings, but nothing like this before, so please bear with me. I was born and raised here. I've lived here for over 40 years, was a firefighter for 8, so I'm pro-public safety, and I'm also pro-education, and that's why I'm here today. I've been on the fence about coming here and talking about this, but I believe public safety is more important than the education in this project, and I have a few questions just for the applicant and the board. And first, why am I here? I guess you guys probably wondering my concerns about this project not being consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. My first point is if they were consistent, why are they requesting to change the greenbelt buffer from 15 feet to 10? That is not what the land development code requires. This is an environmentally sensitive area, and these setbacks should be respected due to the fact that this area was hit hard by storms and stormwater. Infrastructure is very poor. Major flooding has been present in this area. Pervious services are very important to our community. As stated earlier from Bradley Anderson, Flood Zone X properties have been flooding in the very recent future, that not something very long ago, something very recently. Secondly, why are the requests for housing rapid response team fast tracks in such a sensitive area? Also expediting permitting. These requests were made by the applicant. Seems very inconsiderate with regards to the traffic, stormwater, and infrastructure issues we face. Timing of the project seems inadequate. Why does the applicant state that only flood risks is rainfall? This project site is in the Lake Manatee Dam floodplain. They should have also documented this. It has flooded multiple times because of the dam and has gotten worse each time since development has ramped up. Were there more concerns at the neighborhood workshop meeting? There were many residents there with numerous concerns, traffic being one of many, public safety, stormwater, density, and compatibility with the community, just to name a few more. Is this project what's best for the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood and county? They state this in their application. My community and neighbors believe there will be a negative impact, and we've stated many concerns and reasons why that is. Why is the site plan traffic assessment, you guys stated that there was no site plan, correct? Okay. When I look at the traffic study, there's a site plan on there, and if I could I show that to you guys? Huh? But
For future reference.
I thought they were going to show the site
Yes, sir.
plan
Anything
because
you
it's
put on-
public record. It's on
Yes, sir.
public record.
Anything you put on the diocese or the table, we have to keep it as public record. So
Okay,
that's
but
why
you have it.
That's why you do not. Put it.
But it's on public. It is public record. It's on it's on the agenda.
Do you want us to go back to that slide?
Sure, it's in the traffic study document, and if you could bring up the site plan, I want to just point out something about this, because I'm asking the applicant, did the applicant request some units to be built on docks or anything that would be on top of water? That's my question, and if I could show you why that's concerned, because there's nothing on the application about that. And on the site plan, they have, it looks like 1, 2, 3 of the big units connected. I'm not sure how many units per building, but it has 3 big buildings on top of the retention pond. Nope, that's not it. That's not the, it looks like this. It's on the traffic study. Which one? Which one? That. Yeah, if you can put that up, if you don't mind. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry for the delay. All right, I'd like you to turn your attention to this area right here. If you could zoom in. You got it, Logan. Right here in the middle. Those look like they're on water. Is it just me, or is that on top of water? And so my last question is it because the density proposed is higher than 9 units per acre? I would look into the mathematics regarding this issue, because there's 46 total acres, there's 10 of wetlands, and 12 acres for the school. If you minus those 22 from the 46 acres, you have 24 acres left for the residential. If you divide that by the 236 units, you actually get a 9 units per acre, and that's not including the retention ponds, the clubhouse, the dog park, or the trash receptacles, dumpsters, things like that. So you're, in my eyes, if you include those, it looks like it's going to be closer to 10 to 11 units per acre, which is not inconsistent with the land development code and the comprehensive plan. Thank you so much for your time and your concerns regarding these issues. I respect all you guys and hope you guys have a good day.
Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Chris, a few more questions for you
Sure.
while you're here. Can you put that slide back up, please? Thank you for your time here today, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Full disclosure for the record, Chris and I have known each other for many, many years. Regardless of our relationship together, I'd be asking this of anybody at this particular property. So on this screen, can you point out your property, please?
You're right,
Thank you.
right there.
So full disclosure, I did not scroll down enough on the traffic study to see this. So who lives on the property with you?
There is Sherry and Mark. They live next to me. Sherry is actually the daughter-in-law to Mr. Pope, who actually owned the property behind us, and that sold the property to Mr. Cambo, or I'm sorry, Mr. Jones.
So right now, what I'm seeing, just for the record, effectively in your backyard is going to be potentially a dog park and a car wash
And trash. There's a dumpster there, too.
with townhomes completely adjacent and surrounding you as well?
On the west side, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Oh, this is not the final site plan they have in
No,
a,
the GDP does
Submitted
not
it.
speak to this, and this layout
Yeah.
has not been approved.
yeah, so.
It
That's
was
my-
an exhibit in the traffic study, but we have not looked at this
I understand.
at all. so.
Understand. But it's in the traffic study, so
Yeah,
it's
it's
part of the
public.
record. It gives us an idea of what it could look like if we're trying to approve something with no,
Or
Real
with
plan.
townhomes on
Yeah.
docks or
Okay.
something on top of water, like a,
yeah. Thank you, Chris.
with a waterfront view.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to leave the paper, though.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Next one up, please.
Hi, my name is Jelaine Broxson. I have been sworn in, and I am a Manatee County resident, born and raised here. I've been living in Parrish since 1995, and in 97, we moved across from where they're planning their development in the school. I am an educator at a charter school. I have no oppositions against charter schools. I strongly support charter schools. But this is not the right location. So I'm asking you to deny the multifamily housing project and the North River Charter School at this location at this time. As you're aware, a lot of the stuff I'm going to say you've already heard, but I'm just an everyday resident living across the street from all of this happening. But there's an increasing number of housing developments on this stretch of Rutland Road between 301 and Rye Road. Rutland is a 2-lane road. It's currently a D-rated road. And a few weeks ago, the county commission meeting, it was mentioned that the addition of a large development such as this would make Rutland a failing road. You've heard that. The evaluation of Rutland Road by county staff has not yet been completed. Neighboring properties in this area are multi-acre, rural, single-family homes. There's no commercial properties within walking distance for this proposed multifamily development. There are no bike paths. There are no sidewalks to get there, even if there was. The closest is being on Highway 301, like the Dollar General down the road. For people to get anything, they're going to have to get into their car and they're going to have to drive there. The proposed 1,300-plus student school is definitely going to add additional traffic, cars, buses, and staff. I come right off a dirt road, and sometimes I will sit there for 4 or 5 minutes, and there's not even a school there right now. I don't see how you're going to add this additional traffic. It's going to help with our safety, much less this rating for the road. It seems negligent to approve a project when there's such an active study being conducted on the road due to many issues. It is continually mentioned for our road to be widened, but it's not in the budget at this time. It's not the right place or the right time for this proposed development and school. It's time to prioritize thoughtful planning and preserve the identity of Parrish before it's lost to unchecked development. Thank you so much.
Next, please.
Alan Jones, I live in Manatee County and I have been sworn. So I'm the current owner of the property. I bought it from Mr. Pope a number of years ago. He was a good friend of mine, and he thanked me profusely for buying it from him. He was a great man. It was an old orange grove. It's never flooded before. The property drains to the north and then to the east. There will be no off-site drainage from what I understand, and no off-site drainage impacts to the neighbors from the project that is being planned, from what I understand. I think if the roundabout is installed on 675, it will provide some traffic slowing opportunities for 675, and instead of people jumping on their accelerator and trying to pass somebody and having a tremendous accident, as you spoke of, that there will be a traffic slowing opportunity there on site that will help the flow of traffic in and out of this facility. I mean, we hate to see people get in accidents and cause harm to themselves or others. So I think this would be beneficial to implement a roundabout. They seem to work very well in all the locations that I've seen. This is the only school site east of 301. We've got some growing problems here in Manatee County, especially up in Parrish. There's a tremendous amount of homes that's been approved to the east of here, about 675. Those people need places for their kids to go to school, all right? I'm working with Manatee County up in northern areas for school sites. We've actually got a 40-acre site for a K-8 school up on Buckeye Road. So we're working with them from a number of different regions about trying to help everybody with the infrastructure that's needed for our community to develop out as currently zoned and as future land use within the comprehensive plan of Manatee County. We've got, like I say, we got growing problems. We need 675 4-lane, all right? We've had a lot of county commissioners that have maybe been asleep at the wheel a little bit, haven't planned for the future, but the future's here. And we've got to do our job to make sure that the kids have places to go to school, and we got to make sure that we have accessibility to our infrastructure that we can succeed. I want to see this community succeed. I've spent countless hours working with Parrish Civic Association and the community on any given week trying to help this happen. I am speaking for this project to be approved. I think the affordable housing component of it is something that's needed in the area as well, in relationship to the people that will be working at the school site and also within the community. We have meetings lined up with our commissioner in the future that we will be addressing some of these larger issues within the parish commercial village to provide infrastructure for us to develop out as zoned. We've been working on this for well over 15 years. And these are all efforts that we must work together on so we may become the community that we would like to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. I have a request from staff to take a break at some point.
Can we finish up public comment, and then we'll take a
I don't know how
break?
much public comment we have.
Who else is, besides this gentleman, anybody else public comment speaking? So let's go ahead and take
Okay.
this guy, and then we'll
Okay.
take a recess.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, or Planning Commission members, thank you again. This slide that I put up here, I'll go ahead and enter the record after this, but I used it previously. I'll use a second one. But good morning, my name is Anthony Shulo. And the way that I printed that off the GIS, you can put so many layers in there. The black one sort of highlighted the water, and that's what I was sort of trying to focus on in that. But my name is Anthony Shulo. I am a Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. I'm here today to state for the record my opposition to this project for the simple fact that our county has not established the infrastructure yet to meet the levels of service necessary to ensure existing and future residents are safe and not disproportionately impacted by the land use changes you may or may not approve. This is again about project timing. This is not about the school or veterans, of which I am a 27-year retired veteran along with my 21-year retired veteran wife. Using that term consistently in the presentation sort of dilutes that point. This county is not ready to rezone in this area. No SIP project funds for Rutland until 2041, maybe putting a shovel in the ground, 2045 completion of the total 6. If you have short memories, you can think about Moccasin Wallow, that's supposed to go to 6. This is the same sort of confluence of events on 675 that we're experiencing now. There's no downstream mitigation for this upland work. Mr. Jones just explained to you how this drains to the north, then to the east. And that goes into Gamble Creek watershed, which leads me to another very interesting project that we have in the queue that shows the flood maps here along Rutland Road. You see these floodplains, right? When water is upland and flowing into these 100-year floodplains, right? Blue water everywhere else. When you're talking about the downstream projects, the county also needs to develop the infrastructure to handle the water. They're restricting the water flow in its normal flows, but then they concentrate the water flow in those drainage systems. So when you add velocity to a specific area, Gamble Creek, you're funneling it to that area. Just think about it, okay? This will be directly funneled into natural systems, like I mentioned, Gamble Creek. And those systems are dammed up. They're dammed up to the south. They don't flow back into the Manatee River. It costs nothing to say no at this time. No more taxpayer dollars. It costs millions to keep changing the way we use the land. Planners and engineers will state they satisfy the minimums, and then they'll proffer additions in the margins to sweeten the deal. Then they hope it works out. We remain here and live with those results. I continue to state this every week that I come here. Fix it and then build. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, let's take a 15-minute break, so we'll be back in 11:15. Thank you. Planning Commission back in session. Let's go ahead and have some questions for the applicant, then we'll do a closing with the staff and then the applicant, if that's okay. Does any commissioners have any questions for the applicant? Okay, then let's do closing for staff.
This is Laura again. First, I want to apologize. There is a mistake in the staff report. The maximum height is 2 stories, and I reviewed the GDP. But also, I want to make additional comments. I heard something that because the applicant is requesting deviation from standards doesn't meet the code. But the code in section 402.4b allows the board to approve a specific approval to allow deviations from standards that are in the code. So it's in compliance. The requests of the specific approval are in compliance with the land development code. Section, again, 402.4.b. Also, I heard that the fast track, the review time, the rapid response was inappropriate. But this is one of the incentives that the county offers for affordable housing projects. Another comment is related to the density calculations. There are different terms of density. We have gross density, and usually when we present the project, we speak about the gross density. But probably the other calculation that we heard today is more close to what is called net density. So we have, in this case, for the UF3 future land use category, the maximum net density for affordable housing project is 12. So it cannot be compared. It's like comparing apples and pears, different. One is the gross density, and another term is the net density.
What could go on here with the UF3
Sorry?
zoning? I said, what could be built here with the UF3?
In the UF3, it's allowed to have residential uses as the one that is proposed, and also supporting residential uses. And there are certain non-residential uses that are also allowed.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for staff?
Just on that subject, from the residential use aspect, what's the density for that?
The
Of what-
proposed density
on the
or
future allowable.
And the gross density, the maximum is, the regular density is 3 dwelling units per acre. But the comprehensive plan allows up to 9 dwellings per units per acre for mixed-use project and for affordable housing projects. In terms of the net
We
density.
really think that mixed use would be in this area?
In this case, the combination of residential and the school cannot be considered a mixed use.
That's right. So just piggybacking on what John said is effectively the future land use is 3 dwellings per unit, or
But
per
allowed.
acre. Correct.
Yes, but it could be
And on the
9.
special request that you referred to, that, I think you said something that the comprehensive plan allows for this, the special request, therefore it complies?
No, the land development code allows specific approvals. In this case, it's related to the request of the applicant to reduce the greenbelt buffer and the roadway buffer.
So my point is, the land development code allows the developer to request it.
Yes. And it's
Doesn't
a
require
decision
that
of the board.
Right. The land development code doesn't tell us we have to approve it.
No, it's a decision of the board.
It's correct.
Mm-hmm.
You can request effectively anything. Okay. Just want to make sure that that was clear.
Yeah.
It just sounded to me like it was like forcing us to have to approve the special request.
No, it's a
Okay.
decision of the board. Mhm.
And
No.
then, I'm sorry.
Oh, now with the location of 301 and 675, is this a node?
It's a node, but it's a partial node.
Okay, so just a portion of the property is, or is the whole
It's
property?
I don't have the correct information right now, but I have to measure, but from the intersection, it would be 1,500 feet.
Okay, thank you.
And then also, just for the record, based off the school report, regardless of whether or not this charter school goes in or not, there is capacity
Yeah,
for the,
we received the school.
so there,
The school board report, and it says that there are,
Okay.
I have here
okay.
in the staff report. The subject property is served by existing elementary, middle, and high schools. The current school year attendance zones are Williams Elementary, Buffalo Creek Middle School, and Parish Community High School. The school board has provided a preliminary report which states that the school capacity is available or expected to be available within the school service area or contiguous school service area, but it's not reserved at this time.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Laura, I just measured the western, what would be the western side of the school site is approximately 1,500 feet from Spencer Parish and Rutland.
Okay.
So
But-
that would
but-
make,
Yeah, but the school does not require to meet commercial location.
understood. I just, but they had asked the question about would it meet?
Okay.
I
no.
I was just curious what else could go there eventually if a school or housing doesn't go there, I guess. Any additional questions for staff? Thank you. Could we have the applicants closing, some questions and closing comments if there's any questions? And see if you can answer some of the public's comments too, I guess.
We'll try to address some of those things. And I did want to also comment on the 2 stories. Note 43 does address that. I will note the traffic, well, let me come back to that. I also want to comment that the roundabout or the traffic signal, those are things we haven't worked out the full details on, but yes, those are things that will have to be decided with the FSP. And both are still in play at this point. There was some comment about a very preliminary plan that was submitted with the traffic study. Obviously, no, we're not putting any units over the stormwater ponds. That was, it was just done just to kind of give a figure for that. And we'll be looking at all those comments with the final approval with this project. This project is at 5.28 dwelling units per acre, and it is affordable housing, which is something the county states in their comprehensive plan that they want. And it is well below the maximums that could be allowed on this site with that. The comprehensive plan is kind of funny on the operating conditions. Part of the property barely is within the node, but and so it does allow for some additional uses potentially, but that's not planned here. That's our thought. There is a need for a school site. We've talked about that. Floodplain, we've already talked about that too. Look, this site, you heard testimony from Mr. Jones. The site did not flood in the most recent storms. But there are places that have flooding areas that we need to address. I will note just as an aside, the first day the comprehensive plan hearing started in 1987, it rained so hard we had to defer it because Cortez Road and US 41 were flooded, as was the parking lot for DeSoto Square Mall. Now, we didn't put a moratorium on the county, though. We went and worked and fixed those problems, and that's what ought to happen with this as well. We are, as was noted by Mr. Banker, we are taking care of those issues above and beyond what your code requires in order to make sure that we don't have, that this actually will help that problem, both on Rutland Road as well as for other properties in this area. And we are seriously looking at that issue and took those comments to heart when we heard them at the neighborhood meeting. On the road issues, we're complying with the comprehensive plan. We're going to be addressing those issues with the approval. Your experts and our experts, both that you've heard, and you are supposed to rely on substantial competent evidence in order to make your decisions today. The people that do the design, that do the analysis for the traffic improvements indicate that we can meet the requirements of the code. I don't know what else to say above and beyond that. I think that says a lot to what is being done, and those are the people that you're supposed to rely on those issues. This is an opportunity to provide affordable housing in an area that doesn't have much affordable housing, provide a school in an area that doesn't have many schools. and are going to need both of those things, frankly, in the very near future. And I am respectfully requesting approval of this request, or recommendation of approval.
Thank you, sir. At this time, looking for any deliberation, discussing clarifications. I guess we're done with clarifications, but, or a motion.
I believe that the heart of the project is positive, and I think that is, at the end of the day, in the future, we are experiencing massive growth. Are we going to need more housing? Are we going to need more schools and things like that? However, I think if we're trying to be a positive community partner, and based on the trends that have happened in this area specifically, we can't in good faith approve the project as it stands today. While things may sound good on paper and it may meet a certain code that we all know is being worked on and being updated. I mean, I drive Rye Road, I drive Fort Hamer almost every single day, which have elementary schools on a 2-lane road. Fort Hamer is backed up for miles, causing issues. I mean, you're backed up on that road from 6:30 in the morning until 9:30 in the morning. When people are picking up, you have parents that are stacked 2 cars deep on either side of the road because they don't want to wait in the line of the traffic. And it's just, there are too many, I think, unforeseen factors that are not being thought about and being considered when it comes to safety and larger concerns, I think. And for that reason, I'm going to be a no on this project today, unfortunately.
I agree with Alyssa. I really, there's so many things about this project I love. I love the idea of the school and the daycare and what I would call moderate rate, or what is called affordable housing here. Those are all great things, and I wish I could support it as well, but the traffic concerns are multiple, and they're pretty bad, and the safety concerns, the lack of sidewalks, bike lanes, just the operations of the residential and the school, it just, it seems, and the fact that this road isn't going to be widened for 20 more years, I can't vote yes for it. But, I support the intent of the project.
A few things. I love the project. I love the Parish Charter Academy. It's an amazing school. I live in a neighborhood that abuts Parish Charter Academy. They're great neighbors. I want to address that, yeah, on Erie Road, it's a 2-lane road. They've put every school to come in on that road. Parish Community High School was put on that road, and the sidewalks weren't in, and there were kids walking in ditches to school until the sidewalks were put in. The great thing that helped Parish Charter Academy out there was they put a light at 69th, and Erie Road does a very dangerous curve which slows traffic in coming into that school. Unfortunately, Rutland Road is a racetrack. I drive that road daily. It's unsafe, it's scary. I drive it at all times of the day, and just because I have no life, I actually went there at the beginning of this week and pulled on the side of the road just to watch traffic. You've got dump trucks, one after another, and they're doing 70 down that road. While a school, and I would love to support this project, a school will have a school zone and possibly a traffic light or a traffic circle, that hopefully will slow people down. Unfortunately, we had that thing where people were getting tickets because they're zipping through a school zone, so there's no guarantee. There's accident after accident. I know somebody that was personally involved in an accident with a death, somebody coming off of Rutland right onto 301. So I love Parish Charter Academy School. It is an amazing school, and I would love to support this project, but unfortunately, 675, there's no infrastructure. With that, I just unfortunately cannot support it.
You don't have to
Anything
comment
else
anything
to
if
say?
you don't want
Exactly.
to. Mr. Ziegler, you okay?
Nothing to add.
Okay. No doubt timing's an issue on this. Maybe it's years too early. But either way, can I get a motion? You have to verbally somewhat.
I'll make a
Give 'em a
motion to
direction.
deny approval of this project.
Second.
It was so moved by Ms. Gay, seconded by Mr. Bauer, and motion fails 5-1. Oh, passed, well, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I'm
who
sorry.
voted nay?
I guess I did, but I thought my dyslexia got me, so, you know.
We can fix it. So is it
Should-
6-0?
Yes, 6-0 is fine, yep. And. Okay. The next item is presentation upon request, item number 3. Could we read that in?
Item number 3, PDR 2424ZP, Seagrass Point, 41st Avenue Properties LLC is the owner. We have CJ Mills here to represent staff. It's a rezone of approximately .6 acres of the 2.3 acres from residential duplex district 4.5, which is approximately half an acre, and professional office small, which is approximately .1 acres, to PDR residential zoning district, approving a preliminary site plan for up to 18 multifamily residential units and generally located on the east side of 26th Street West. It's 0.4 miles north of Cortez Road West and approximately 0.33 miles south of 30th Avenue West, and commonly known as 3565 26th Street West, Bradenton.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communication? This is presentation upon request. Could we have just a brief introduction by the applicant and see if there's any additional questions?
My name is Richard Claybrook. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I'm here representing the applicant in this preliminary site plan venture, and I'm here to answer any questions. I have a brief presentation, but I don't know if it's going to enlighten anybody or anything like that. It's just, this is basically an infill project. We have similar development all the way around it. It's in Bradenton, so.
Okay, let's open it up for public comment, see if anybody comes forward with questions, and then we'll bring you back up. How's that?
Sounds good.
Let's open this up for public comment. Anyone interested in coming up to speak on this? Let's close public comment. Staff, is there anything we need to discuss on this? Okay. Can I get a motion from the board?
Quick question.
Sure.
Sorry. Just briefly, real quick, there's one way in, one way out, correct, off of 26th Street?
That's correct. The property is kind of linear in nature, so.
I mean, it's not a whole lot of density by any imagination, but I suspect that potentially people wanting to go southbound on 26th Street might have to wait a little bit since there's no light or anything there, yeah?
That's correct, but with since this is only 18 units,
Right.
we don't justify anything like a light or special
God,
turning
no.
lane lanes or anything
I
like
agree.
that.
I was
so-
just seeking clarification.
Yeah. yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion for this project?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Yes, to approve.
Sorry, motion to approve.
Thank you.
moved by Mr. Ziegler and seconded by Ms. Kaba. Please cast your votes. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Yep. Please read item number 2 in the record.
Item number 2, PDC 2422 ZP, Parish Storage Expansion. Reed Property LLC is the owner. Alicia Henry is here for staff, and it's a rezone of approximately .47 acres, part of a 3.44 acre site generally located northwest of US 301 at Fort Hamer intersection, and commonly known as 6204 Bella Road Parish. And it's from Village Parish Commercial Village Overlay to Plan Development Commercial Parish Commercial Village Overlay Zoning District. It's approving a preliminary site plan to add an additional 18,000 square feet to an existing mini warehouse that consists of 40,300 square feet, expanding the size to 58,300 square feet and retaining the existing restaurant of 2,016 square feet.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer, I think you have to.
Correct.
step
Do I just
down
put it on
this.
record I have to abstain from this one?
Okay. Has there been any other ex parte communication on this? Okay. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Cause with Cause and Associates. I have been sworn. I'm also joined here, the property owner, Todd Reed is in the audience here today, along with the general manager of the parish storage facility. The traffic engineer, Michael Yates, is here. Jason Coates with Schroeder Pala is also here today. The architect on the project is Zoller Autry Architects, but we don't have them here today. This is the parish storage facility. It's located out in Parish. It's actually right kind of at the intersection of what was Fort Hamer Road and US Highway 301. It's now Bella Road and US Highway 301. Future land use on this is Res 6. And you can kind of see that there's two parcels. The one on the southwest corner is the parcel that was acquired by my client back in 2023. The zoning, and I'm going to say that I think there's got to be a slight correction. The zoning on the existing storage facility is PDC, Parish Community Village, or Commercial Village Overlay. But the zoning on the actual parcel that was acquired, the .47, is actually just village. I don't think it's part of the overlay district. And as you can see, there's the overlay is the blue hatched, and you can see that parcel is not hatched. So as Ms. Greer pointed out, we're rezoning the parcel, the .47 acre parcel from village to PDC. We're requesting that you approve the preliminary site plan allowing the 18,000 square foot expansion. We are adding 8 parking spaces, and we're also requesting specific approvals. As I said, that the parish storage facility, the existing storage facility, the restaurant, that was all approved. The final site plan was approved in 2011. And it's an existing 40,000 to 300 square feet of storage, 2-story, and then some non-air conditioned. The 2,016 square foot restaurant, there's existing 26 parking spaces. And most of the area behind the security gate is striped to allow customers basically to park wherever they want to park, because quite frankly, that's what they do. They pull up in front of a unit, they pull up in front of a door, and that's what they do. And so designated parking didn't really make a lot of sense, and that's not how it's done. And you can see we've kind of colorized the area down in the southwest corner. We actually had conversations with staff about which way to go on this, because mini storage is a permitted use in the village zoning. It's a special permit, so it goes to a hearing officer. But in this case, we were also going to end up needing to revise the preliminary site plan, which required it to come back before the Board of County Commissioners. So rather than go through 2 separate processes, we just said, let's just rezone it to PDC and just revise the preliminary site plan all at the same time. This is the parcel that the applicant purchased. Todd purchased it in 2023. Pretty dilapidated house. The house is now gone. He's had it removed. You can see it was a bit of an issue for him. And you can see up down the portion that it's, the proposed 18,000 square foot 2-story structure is actually crossing that property line. So like I said, there's a lot of uses that could go on that property. They're administrative. However, in this case, because we're coming across the property line and we're using for mini storage, we have to go through some process, and we felt like just doing this made the most sense. And as I said, this is what we're doing. There's a picture of the existing storage facility and also C&K Barbecue, which is actually my favorite place to go get barbecue in Manatee County. From a transportation standpoint, and I know you got some comments from people about, concern about access onto Bella Road, and that's probably because the yellow sign is sitting on Bella Road, because that's the address that's listed. And there is a driveway there for the house, but our access is to use, our plan, our design is to use the existing access for the mini storage and the restaurant. There is not going to be any access on Bella Road. We're not proposing one. You quite frankly have a tough time getting to Bella Road from the site because it's a right in, right out into the site, which would require you to do a U-turn on 301 and make a left on Fort Hamer and then make a left onto Bella. So it's not really something that's going to be a problem. The transportation impact statement was approved by the staff back in January 7th. From a stormwater standpoint, the existing facility's already got a fully functioning stormwater system. However, we are increasing the impervious area, so we've added an additional stormwater facility to make sure that we address stormwater for any of the new impervious area. Again, I saw one comment that the people hadn't been notified. We did have a neighborhood meeting back in February. We had two people that showed up, Randy Hicks, he's the green arrow, and then we had Miss Elizabeth Arnold, who was the red arrow. Her property actually, she doesn't actually live within 500 feet, but her property touches within 500 feet. So she got the notice, she showed up. I know we got letters from 4 other people. Some said, well, they didn't get notice. Well, it's because they're well outside the 500-foot radius. So that's sort of what happens. I put that picture up so you can see when we are notifying people, we draw a polygon around our site with the property appraiser's website, and it generates the list. So you can see that's actually what the property appraiser's website looks like when we're actually getting our property owners. Specific approvals, land development code is sort of, the interpretation sort of changed over time. So we've got 5 we're requesting. As I said, we're adding 18,000 square foot. If you were to just look at the land development code, what is the parking requirement for 18,000 square feet of mini storage? It's 1 space per 5,000 square feet, 4 spaces. We're adding 8. But based on the current interpretation, we're actually going to end up 5 parking spaces shy of what the code wants us to have, because basically staff's position is the existing facility should have had more spaces. And I think that we're in agreement that if we just restriped all that loading zone, we're probably okay. But the reality is it works better the way it is. So we're asking for specific approval of that. And quite frankly, we've also provided a parking study that based on the ITE traffic engineers, we really only need 31 for a facility like this. Next one is the Village Overlay District, which we're partly in. Says that when you have a footprint of 20,000 square feet or more, you have to get specific approval, or you can't go through private response, which we didn't. So this building is, the footprint for the existing building is 15,000 square foot. Footprint for the addition is 9,000 square feet. It's 24,000 square feet. Not all of it in the overlay, but nonetheless, 24,000 square feet. 2-story, which is actually smaller than the 25,000 square foot footprint 3-story building that was approved directly north of our site. But we're asking that this be approved to allow us to do it this way. We could sever the building, we could put 10 feet between them, and it would, and still meet setbacks, and it would not require the specific approval, but that would be dumb. So that's not what we're asking for. The other 3 talk about pedestrian sidewalks out to the street and between the buildings. There's really nobody walking between the storage facility and the restaurant, except actually Heather, the general manager, and maybe one of the employees. But generally speaking, people show up and they go to the restaurant. People show up, they go to the storage facility, but people don't usually go back and forth between those buildings. And all we're adding is the storage facility, which quite frankly, people don't walk to storage facilities to bring their stuff or take their stuff, they drive. So we don't really see that this addition generates a need for all that other stuff. So we're asking that you approve the specific, or recommend approval of specific approvals. And basically that one's just showing you where the yellow is the existing market park spaces, the blue is the loading zone areas, and then there's another 8 parking spaces, and then that's just, oops. So with that all said, This is an expansion of existing use on the property. We do comply with land development code. We work with staff. We comply with the comprehensive growth management plan. The traffic impact statement's been approved by staff. We are utilizing the existing access on 301. We are not accessing Bella Road at all, and we are requesting a recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Goss. Can we have the staff presentation?
Good morning, Alicia Henry here for staff, and I have been sworn. So I'm here to present for parish storage expansion. Okay, so the request is to rezone only 0.47 acres of a 3.44 acre site from village to PDC, which is also in the parish commercial village overlay with a preliminary site plan. If approved, it will permit a two-story, 18,000 square feet addition to an existing mini warehouse of 40,300 square feet, expanding the size from 58,300 square feet and retaining the one-story existing restaurant of 2,016 square feet. This will increase the number of parking from 26 to 34 spaces. Since the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the future land use category has been Res 6, and since the adoption of the land development code, the zoning district has been village, and it was rezoned to PDC in 2010. Okay, so here is an aerial of the site. So it is generally located northeast of US 301 and Fort Hammer Road intersection in Parish. And here we have the preliminary site plan that shows one access onto US 301. There will not be a second access point for this project. Site is of 3.44 acres, only rezoning 0.47 acres. Existing two-story mini warehouse of 40,300 square feet. There is an existing restaurant of 2,016 square feet. Two-story 18,000 square foot addition will be added on to the mini story that is existing there, and it will be at a height of 25 feet. The site is providing 25% open space. What is required for open space is 20%, and they are exceeding that. The applicant is requesting a specific approval request. So it's a deviation from 5 parts of our code. The first deviation is from the required number of off-street parking spaces. The second one here is a deviation from the 20,000 square feet maximum building footprint within the parish commercial village overlay. Also requesting relief from a required pedestrian walkway from the building's main entrance to the street within the parish commercial village overlay. They're requesting relief from requirement that buildings shall be linked to one another by a secondary walkway system. Also requesting relief from a requirement that a public sidewalk is connected to an internal pedestrian walkway. Again, this is in the Res 6 future land use category. So here we have the zoning districts. And to the north, we have PDC. To the west, we have village. To the east, we have A1. And to the south, we have A1 and village. For the uses, to the north, we have a mini warehouse. To the west, we have a distribution warehouse. To the east is agriculture. To the south is single-family detached dwelling units. And the current zoning is PDC village. And again, I want to mention that it is in the parish commercial village overlay. To the far left of this slide, you can see the outline of where the parish commercial village overlay is. In this particular area, they promote new and renovated commercial development that will be harmonious with the existing parish community, greater visibility of business by encouraging parking to be located away from US 301. The area focused on standards for building placement, architecture, landscaping, and signs within the parish community. So here we have below the chart that shows the adopted level of service and the future level of service for the nearest thoroughfare. So currently the adopted level of service is D. The future level of service with the project implemented will be F, but according to the arts plan analysis, it will be a C.
So for positive aspects, the proposed neighborhood serving commercial uses are consistent with the Res 6 future land use category. Site design provides 25% open space, exceeding the required 20% open space for the project. There are no wetland impacts proposed with this project. No state or federal listed species were observed on site. Project is in addition to an already developed site. The project can provide storage services to the surrounding community. For the negative aspect, the applicant is requesting relief from LDC Section 1005.3 to deviate from the required parking ratio for the proposed use. And to mitigate that, the applicant have provided a parking study to support the deviation from the required parking ratio for the proposed uses found in LDC Section 1005.3. Adequate buffering, landscaping, and design should provide a transition between future development of the site and adjacent residential areas. If improvement to public infrastructure are required, the applicant shall be required to construct or pay a proportionate share for such improvements. So staff does conclude the request can be found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and in compliance with the applicable provisions of the Land Development Code. Any questions?
Thank you. Is there any questions for the staff?
No? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, let's open this up for public comment. Is there anybody wishing to step forward? Let's close public comment. Staff closing comments, any? Applicant closing comments? Can I entertain a motion? You have to kind of say which way you want to go to.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
So motion by Ms. Gay, second by Mr. Ziegler. Please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0 with Mr. Bauer abstaining. At this time, let's go ahead and take the lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone for being here today on this great day and honoring our Gold Star families. Good morning again, everyone, and welcome to this very special occasion, the unveiling of the Gold Star Memorial Kiosk and the dedication of the Gold Star Families Memorial Highway. I'm Mike Ron, District 4 Commissioner and United States Marine Corps veteran. I'm truly honored to serve as your MC today as we gather to pay tribute to the brave men and women from our community who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service of our great nation. It is our tradition here in Manatee County that we begin by honoring God and our great country. To lead us in the invocation, please welcome retired United States Air Force Major Willie Hawley, pastor of Pathways Christian Fellowship. Pastor, please rise if you all can.
Good morning, everybody. You know, it's one we give the glory to, and that's Almighty God. This is the day that the Lord has made. Amen. And I pray that even though you have sorrow in your heart, you can rejoice and be exceedingly glad, because He's the God that brought those of us that are still here through. Many of us spent time shoulder to shoulder with your loved ones that are no longer with us, but understand that it was God who brought us all through. Let us look to Him now in prayer. Almighty God, our Father, we just give thanks for this day. We thank you for this community who thought it not robbery to remember and to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the natural life. And Lord, we pray that you will bring comfort and peace to the hearts and minds of those who know that the labor, the service of their loved ones was not in vain. I pray that you will bless these leaders that are gathered in this place. We honor them as well for not thinking it robbery to honor these with this kiosk. Be with us as we go forth from this place this day. Let us be forever reminded that you are the God who is with us, the God who will never leave us, and the God who will never forsake us. In the name of your Son, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor, and thank you for your service. Next, I'd like to bring up United States Navy veteran and senior IT specialist here at Manatee County, John Sharp, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hi, if you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your service also, sir. Thank you. Please be seated. As many of you know, the nation recognizes the sacrifice that all Gold Star family members make when a father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, or a loved one dies in service of our great nation during a combat mission, deployments to hostile fire zones, training directly related to deployments, deaths resulting from enemy action, terrorism, friendly fire, and instrumentality of war. These terms trace back to World War I, when families hung flags in service for service of their members that had died, a gold star representing that loss of life. Today, we honor those families by dedicating the new Gold Star Memorial Kiosk here located in our lobby in the Administration Center. We want to unveil that now, or? Crystal? This unique interactive memorial will be designed to be a living document, one that can be updated and expanded as needed, ensuring that no name is ever forgotten due to space limitations. This kiosk also allows us to build upon the project, including future plans for our future Memorial Veterans Park and a lasting tribute to a community touchstone that will endure for generations. This kiosk will be located here in the lobby right after our ceremony here today. Now I'd like to welcome up retired Marine Corps Master Sergeant Edward Valdez, Manatee County Field Representative and Veteran Service Liaison for Congressman Vern Buchanan, who couldn't be with us here this morning, to speak about our fallen heroes. Thank you, Top.
Let me go around. I was told to do this right here. I like to follow orders. How's everybody doing today? Well, good morning. And like you heard there, I work for Congressman Vern Buchanan. I'm here on his behalf to say a few words to the Gold Star families. If you mind, could you please stand if you're a Gold Star family here today? Could you please stand? This is for you. This moment is for the sacrifice that your family members did and they made, the ultimate sacrifice, the life for our freedom, for us to be able to gather here today. So I just want to say thank you, first and foremost, for that. I served 20 years in the Marine Corps, but I tell you what, nothing can compare to what they did. Amen. So have a seat, please. Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you today on behalf of the Congressman, Bern Buchanan. He's saying his deepest respect to the Gold Star families here and his sincere gratitude. Today, we remember the brave men and women who gave their lives in defense of our country. They are not in your past. They're actually in your future. And we pay tribute to the families who continue to carry their legacy forward with love, courage, dignity, and strength. This new Gold Star Memorial is more than a display. It is a permanent reminder that freedom is not free. It is a reflective space inviting us to pause, to take a minute and remember the profound cost of liberty. And they paid it for all of us. This new Gold Star Memorial also ensures that as current and future generations, like this young man right here that's sitting on his mother's lap, when they come walking through this building, they will remember the profound cost of liberty. This new Gold Star Memorial is more than just a display. They will be the reminder of the life they gave in defense of our freedom. On behalf of Congressman Buchanan and the people of Florida 16th Congressional District, thank you. We honor your loss. We recognize your strength. Above all, we love you. Know that this community loves you. Manatee County loves you. And we're here for you to support you and help you however we can. Don't ever forget that. And we salute you. And we promise to always be here for you and remember. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Semper Fidelis, always faithful.
Thank you, Master Sergeant. At this time, I'd like to bring up fellow United States Marine Corps veteran and my colleague on the board, at-large Commissioner Jason Bearden, to share a few words about Manatee County's deep and ongoing commitment to our veterans, and especially to all those who gave their all. Commissioner.
First off, I want to thank everybody that came here today. I want to thank all the commissioners that came here today. This means a lot to every single family that's in this room. Together, we gather not simply to dedicate a kiosk, but to uphold a sacred promise. A promise that lives, that sacrifices, and the legacies of our fallen heroes that will never be forgotten. Not here and not in Manatee County. To the Gold Star family's present, there are no words that can truly carry the weight of your loss. But let me say this. We see you, we honor you, and we stand with you. Behind every name etched into our memories is a son, a daughter, a husband, a wife, a life lived in the service of something greater than themselves. These brave men and women gave their last full measure of devotion so that we may live in peace, in freedom, and in hope. And that is why this Gold Star kiosk matters. This is more than a digital display. It's a beacon of honor. It tells every resident, every visitor, and every child who walks by this kiosk to remember. It tells the world that we don't take freedom for granted. It tells our Gold Star families that your loved one did not serve in vain. And today, we take that promise even further by dedicating the Gold Star Memorial Highway, a sacred stretch of road that will carry the names and memories of our fallen along every mile. As drivers pass through our community, they will not just be traveling on pavement. They will be moving through legacy, through valor, through sacrifice. The Gold Star Memorial Highway is a powerful and permanent message that in Manatee County, we just don't say we honor our heroes. We show it. We engrave it into our landmarks. We embed it into our infrastructure, and we carry it forward through generations. Manatee County will always lead the way in honoring those who gave everything. We will never grow numb to the cost of liberty. We will never let time or comfort erase the names or the stories of our heroes. We don't move on. We move forward, carrying their legacy in every step. To every Gold Star family here today, and to those who couldn't join us, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the unimaginable sacrifice that you've endured. The community is better, stronger, and freer because of your loved ones' courage. Let this kiosk and this highway stand as a permanent symbol of our gratitude, living tributes to those who are no longer with us, but whose sacrifice lives on in the heart of this county and in the soul of this nation. A permanent reminder that Manatee County will always be a front runner in this state when it comes to those who took the ultimate sacrifice. May God bless our Gold Star families. May God bless our fallen heroes. And may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your words were spot on. Thank you, sir. To help us understand the true meaning of this tribute, I'd like to welcome Stephanie Hernandez, a proud member of a Gold Star veteran family. Stephanie?
Good morning. I want to begin by thanking Manatee County for this beautiful Gold Star Memorial kiosk that they unveiled today. What a meaningful and powerful way to say we honor and remember the ultimate sacrifice of our service men and women made for our freedom. I'd also like to recognize and thank every Gold Star family that is here today. Excuse me. Your loss is a weight few can truly understand. It's a sacrifice that none of us ever chose, yet you carry it with grace and dignity that I have seen through the years, my fellow Gold Star families. Qualities that would make your loved ones very proud. When I was asked to speak today on behalf of the Gold Star families, I felt very honored and very humbled, and I thought, how could I put into words what it means to bear this title? It could take hours actually to express that, but I'll just share one little piece that I've come to understand. The cost of our freedom is very steep, and no one knows that better than Gold Star families. For me, though, the moment that reality fully sunk in was the day that I opened my door to two men in uniform. That said, on behalf of a grateful nation and the President of the United States, we regret to inform you. Since that day, through the passing of weeks, months, and now years, I have come to truly grasp what our freedom has cost. I remain humbled and overwhelmed, not only by my family's loss, but the sacrifices of so many others who have given everything so that we might live in peace, safety, hope. There's been no war that has reached our shores in generations, and that's because of our brave men and women who have fought and who have died far from home. Most Americans will never know their names, but they all enjoy the freedoms their sacrifices secure. These heroes weren't people of great fame or fortune, but they were people of great courage and great commitment. That's why we honor them today. And I'm thankful that the county recognizes their sacrifice and wants that to live on for others to be able to see. Before that knock on the door, I saw things very differently. One thing that touched me deeply now and I've said this in many speeches before, is the national anthem. I used to hear it as a call to show my patriotism, and I would stand very proudly with my hand over my heart, my head held high. But now, as tears fill my eyes, and my heart is heavy, and it beats a little faster, I bow my head, overwhelmed by memories, by the loss, by the knowledge that I am pledging my allegiance to a nation that cost me my son. I think of countless parents, children, and families left behind. I think of the flag, how I've seen it flying proudly, and how I've seen it draped over a casket and folded in my arms. And now I understand more than ever what that flag truly means. Despite the pain, I can stand here today and say this country is worth every drop of blood and every tear cried. The lives lost are immeasurable in value, but so is the freedom they secured for us. The best we can do now is honor their sacrifices, say their names, keep their memory alive, and this kiosk does just that. So today, I say the names of those who were alongside my son that day on August 11, 2011. Sergeant Edward J. Frank, Private First Class Ruben Boy Lopez, Specialist Jordan M. Morris, Specialist Jamal Freeman, and my son, Specialist Patrick L.A. II. So now let me tell you just a little bit about Patrick. He was born on January 8th, 1990, and healthy 10-pound, 5-ounce, beautiful, blonde-haired boy. He was the second love of my life that was born just 15 months after his sister. Being their mom has brought me more joy than words can express. Patrick was born and raised right here in Manatee County. He attended local elementary, middle, and high school here. He was on the first varsity team for Braden River High School. He loved helping others. He was known in our church as being very respectful and kind. We have some saints from our church from years back that can attest to those. He loved hunting, fishing, paintball, but most of all, he loved to laugh and bring joy to people around him. And his laughter and his smile was so infectious. And yes, he was Mama's boy. When he first told me he wanted to join the Army, of course, as a mom, my heart just kind of sank. Yet within me, I did feel some pride. And then he said he wanted to be in the infantry. And then my heart sank. So I frantically called my friend who had a captain in the Army. And I said, could you please have him talk to Patrick and help him understand exactly what he's signing up for? Because they don't always explain exactly what they're signing up for. And I wanted him to be level-headed and really understand what he was signing up for. After he spoke to Captain Jerry, he said, Stephanie, your son understands. He really does. He's got a good head on his shoulder, and he'll be just fine. Well, Patrick went to boot camp on September 16th of 2009, and he excelled. He earned the expert marksman for perfect score shooting. That was something that at Fort Benning, he went to Fort Benning, that hadn't been done in 6 years prior. After graduation, many of his friends were being deployed soon. I dreaded the idea of my son going off to war so young, and with only a few months of training. I prayed he would stay stateside as long as possible, and he did for 15 months. We made the most of every visit, call, and text. And then came that day that I hugged him for the very last time. And I watched him board that bus that would take him to the tarmac to be deployed to Kandahar, Afghanistan. I tried to be very strong so he wouldn't worry about me, because every deployment, as we know, carries that fear that it might be our last. Patrick and 6 others in his unit that deployment did not come home. On August 11, 2011, while conducting operations along the newly built road nicknamed Montreal Bypass, in support of the mission to push back to the Irkhanbi River He and 4 other soldiers from 3rd Platoon's 1st Squad were killed when an exceptionally powered IED destroyed their Humvee. Since that time, from his memorial at Fort Drum and the memorial here in Bradenton, or the funeral here in Bradenton in the years since, I've heard nothing but wonderful stories of those who served from him, about how he would lift their spirits over there. He said it was very rough and very hard, and obviously there were things he could not tell me. But the others that served with him said that he brought laughter, and he always gave them hope, and always made them feel good, as if the situation that they were facing was tolerable. Every day I still hear from, even today, I still hear from a lot of the people who served with him. They do keep close to me. And even some have named their children after him. That's the kind of impact that he had in his short 21 years. So in conclusion, if you ever have the privilege to meet any of us, any Gold Star, please don't be afraid to ask about our loved ones. It's how we keep their memory alive. Thank you so much for listening today. Thank you, Manatee County, the commissioners, for this beautiful kiosk and the thoughtfulness that you have brought. And God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for sharing Patrick's story with us. We honor him, and we honor you, and we honor all of our Gold Star families that are here today. Hang on, let me kind of get myself back together. In addition to the memorial kiosk, Manatee County is proud to designate a portion of county roadway to honor our Gold Star families. We've selected Buckeye Road in Parrish, which will connect the future Veterans Memorial Park, which will connect with the future Veterans Memorial Park. Signage will designate a stretch of US 41 to 75, Interstate 75, as Gold Star Family Memorial Highway. Another permanent reminder of the sacrifice made by our service members and their loved ones. Now let's see the Gold Star Family Memorial Highway sign, which as of 10:30 this morning will be visible all along Buckeye Road in Manatee County. This is the sign. Before we relocate the kiosk to its permanent home in our lobby right out here in our main lobby, I'd like to invite all my colleagues, our veteran service team, our Gold Star family members who are with us today to come forward for a few photos with the kiosk and the sign. And once in place and powered on, the families are welcome to explore. John will be with us to help you walk through the programming and how to navigate the kiosk. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today, our guests, our community members, our Gold Star families, our veterans, our commissioners, our staff that have all played a part in this. And thank you for your strength. Your presence truly is an honor of those who gave everything for our great nation. Thank you so much for being here today. And we appreciate you, and we love all of you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. So if all the Gold Star family members and everyone could come forward, and we get some pictures taken before we move the kiosk, and then we're going to move the kiosk. If you're a Gold Star member family, also have a replica of the sign for you also as a reminder of what the highway sign will look like. We'll hand one out to you.
So today we are at Under One Roof. This will be our shelter for women. And we're here with students from Lee Middle School painting a mural in what will be the cafeteria. We have over 100 adult women in Manatee County. And so with the opening of Under One Roof, almost immediately we'll be able to cut that number by 20. So 20 women will have a place to sleep at night, and they'll have all the services that they need to rebuild their lives. They'll have things like parenting classes if they need that, substance abuse classes, mental health treatment, all in one place and all kind of holistic, so that basically they have a chance to get out of that fight or flight mode, recover, and become productive members of society. So you've got, the bright colors, you've got, the sunshine, you've got some of those wonderful Manatee County landmarks. Then you've also got the word resiliency in these huge letters. And we're really hoping that Under One Roof is a place for these women to build the resiliency that they need to be successful and live a great life here in Manatee County.
Manatee County's Ecological and Marine Resources Division hosted NOAA for a recreational fisheries tour at the Robinson Preserve expansion, including NOAA restoration practitioners from around the U.S. During the tour, NOAA staff explored the expansion by land and by water to observe coastal habitats created for juvenile recreational sport fish. They also visited with fisheries research biologists to observe fish monitoring in action. The afternoon session at the Nest included presentations by biologists to discuss the fisheries data collected to date and collaborations with Manatee County staff. As one of the Manatee County's funding partners, we were honored to host NOAA at the Robinson Preserve expansion to showcase how this investment is informing our long-term habitat management activities.
Here's it's the dude. I'm happy and proud to say I've had her since September 20th of 2020. I adopted her out of the Palmetto Animal Shelter. It was a Saturday afternoon. Realized I needed a companion in my life. You're emotional, yep. So, some veterans have gone through some traumatic times, and how can you put a price on this? Right here. And so dude was out on a walk by one of the volunteers. I waited on her for her to come back. Her tongue was dragging. I looked at her and I said, that's the one. I have a kind of a stressful job, and those days I come home, she's there at the door waiting on me. We have our routines. We go on golf cart rides. We go out in the backyard and go for walks, and she's just there for me. Of course, you can see the affection. If I stop, she wants more. But yeah, she's a perfect dog. If you know a vet, or you are a vet, Pets for Patriots is a program that makes it easy for you to adopt any type of pet shelter, cat or dog. The program allows for waived fees for veterans, which includes the spaying and neutering, the chipping, and the pre-adoption counseling. Participants get a $200 pet gift card to get them food and supplies for that welcome home day. Participants also receive ongoing discounts for things like veterinarian care, food, pet insurance, treats, medications. On behalf of the dude, myself, I can't compliment the staff, Animal Services, Sarah Brown, Deputy Director of Community and Veteran Services, Jennifer Hum, our new Animal Services Manager, and all the volunteers and all the staff of Manatee County that every day put an effort out to get these animals adopted. I cannot thank them enough from my heart, and the dude, really thank them all. For more information, click on the Pets for Patriots logo at mymanatee.org/pets and tell them Dude sent you.
Manatee County residents, did you know that your recycling cart must be 3 feet from the curb and other obstacles? Recycling carts placed too close to the cars, mailboxes, garbage cans, or too far from the curb prevent the recycling cart from being accessed by the truck mechanical arm. Be sure to arrange materials loosely in the recycling cart so that they do not become wedged and remain in the recycling cart after it's dumped. Please be sure to place the cart with the arrows located on the lid facing the street and at the curb by 6 a.m. on pickup dates. And as always, let's make it a better life for you and me here in Manatee.
Manatee Square Garden was founded in 2016 based on a survey conducted by the Department of Health that determined that there are 32 food desert communities in Manatee and Sarasota County. For those of you who don't know, food desert communities don't have access to nutritious food and they don't have easy transportation to that. So part of the solution was the creation of my position and the creation of this model garden to serve this community, Washington Park. The county has been extremely generous in their delivery of the Community Gardens program. Not only do we work in this garden with UF and the Department of Health, we've also extended that same service to Elwood Park community through the construction of their garden. And then on the slab, or on the table, if you will, there are up to 4 more garden projects in the works. Community gardens are important to me because they provide educational opportunities and food access to the community. They improve food security, they improve community involvement, they improve community perception.
I like the outdoors, I like getting my hands dirty. I like growing, and it's a form of therapy. And if you look around, you see a variation of shrubs, flowers, vegetation, and it's just wonderful.
It's good for the heart, it's good for the mind, it's good for the body. You can't get a better situation.
At Manatee County, we plan to expand our ADA initiatives, integrating new technologies and collaborating with local partners to make sure we are providing the support for everyone. We invite you to attend our ADA focus groups, where you're able to have a voice and share your ideas, and we can address your needs. These groups are accessible online or in person at designated sites. The focus groups allow you to connect with others who may share similar situations and bring light on what we can do as a county to make your experience better. You are not invisible or unheard. We want you to participate in this growing initiative. For more information on our ADA programs, please visit mymanatee.org/ADA and continue to make Manatee County the premier place to live, work, and play for everyone.
Some cats, like Miss Whiskers here, prefer the comfort of indoor living, plenty of lap time, fresh food, and a spot next to her favorite window. Not all cats are like Miss Whiskers, though. As a matter of fact, some cats thrive in the great outdoors, preferring the role of a working cat. These cats, though they may seem like outsiders, play a vital role in our ecosystem. They're skilled hunters, helping to control pests like rodents and insects from invading your homes and gardens. Trap, neuter, return is the most humane and effective method for managing a feral cat population. It involves trapping cats, spaying and neutering them, and returning them to their colony. This not only prevents the birth of more kittens, but also improves the cat's health and reduces nuisance behaviors like spraying and fighting. By caring for colony cats and practicing TNR, we're not only helping cats, but also benefiting our community and environment. By dedicating just a few minutes of your day, you can contribute by supporting and caring for these cats while they perform invaluable pest control duties for the community. For some helpful do's and don'ts when caring for a cat colony, please visit mymanatee.org/cat.
Cracker Trail is a historic reenactment of the return of the cow hunters after driving the cattle across the state, but we still make it about 120 miles across the state, staying at various ranches and wildlife preserves, things like that to make it across.
Well, the reason that Manatee County is Manatee County, it was one of the largest counties at one point because of agriculture. State Road 64, 66, and 98 to go across the state was an agricultural corridor. This was a path carved by cattle. So it's important, you don't know who you are until you know where you came from. And then if you forget where you came from, you're going to repeat the sins of the past.
So we think that it's very important that we remember that Florida is a very unique geographical position in which we could grow anything all year round. And we've been in this cattle industry for a long time. And this is a celebration of that, and I hope that we'll be honoring our culture and our legacy and protecting the land that feeds us.
Download the 311 app and get connected to Manatee County services.
Know what your evacuation level is. If you don't know, try the 311 app.
Search for information like trash and recycling schedules and find out who your commissioner is via the resident information tool. Report issues like potholes, uneven sidewalks, malfunctioning traffic lights, and down stop signs. You can even pay your utility bill and request a permit.
Manatee County 311. Which department can I help you with?
Manatee 311 and the Manatee 311 app, connecting citizens to services.
This is not just a ribbon cutting. It is a kickoff to a family fun day at this magnificent new play place.
And it's an honor to stand before you today as we celebrate the grand opening of the newly renovated John H. Marble Park. This is more than just a place to exercise or cool off in the summer. It is the space where friendships are forged, where children take their first swim, where families gather for celebrations, and where our community finds strength and unity. Places like this serve as the heart of Manatee County, fostering a sense of belonging and shared purpose. They remind us that when we come together, we are stronger. And when we invest in our community spaces, we invest in each other.
How wetlands are protected in new developments. Development completed before the 1980s typically did not have adequate wetland protection or address stormwater concerns. Today, these protections come in the form of wet ponds and occasionally grassed areas. You might wonder why newer developments have stormwater ponds with control structures. That's because in 1985, the state of Florida placed regulations on stormwater requiring these protective measures. Stormwater ponds collect and manage stormwater runoff by providing water quality treatment and restricting the water flow before it enters our creeks, rivers, wetlands, and the Gulf of Mexico. In undeveloped areas, stormwater runoff is filtered via overland flow through vegetation and wetlands prior to flowing into our water bodies. A wetland buffer is an upland area adjacent to wetlands consisting of existing vegetation and/or planted native species, which is to remain undisturbed. When engineered stormwater treatment systems are integrated into development plans, they effectively filter and treat runoff closer to its source before it enters a wetland or stream. The stormwater system provides water quality treatment in addition to that provided by the wetland. The purpose of state-required wetland buffers in residential, commercial, or industrial projects is to provide a visual and physical separation between development and wetlands. Protected wetlands and wetland buffers are often identified by signs, which serve as a reminder for people to stay out of these areas, effectively reducing pollution and habitat disturbance. You can often find signs in our county parks that include information about the ecological significance of wetlands, their role in flood control, and the species they support. For more information on how you can help protect wetlands in your neighborhood, go to mymanatee.org/wetlands. Why do we need stormwater management systems? Since the 1980s, stormwater management systems have been required for new development and are specifically designed to help prevent flooding and remove pollutants from the water. A stormwater or detention pond is designed to collect and manage stormwater runoff. Stormwater runoff can carry many different types of pollutants: sediment, garbage, fertilizer, pesticides, oil, animal waste and bacteria, and yard waste. When rainwater lands on rooftops, parking lots, streets, driveways, and other hard surfaces, the rainfall that doesn't soak into the ground flows into your neighborhood stormwater pond through catch basins, pipes, shallow swales, or ditches. Without these ponds, runoff would carry pollutants like those mentioned, and anything else that can float into nearby wetlands, streams, rivers, estuaries, or the Gulf of Mexico. Stormwater ponds are engineered systems designed to remove excess nutrients and other pollutants that can negatively affect our water bodies. They allow sediments in the water to settle at the bottom of the pond and not discharge downstream. They help remove nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, that can come from lawn fertilizers or natural sources, such as animal waste. Nutrients cause algae and bacterial blooms in water bodies, which consume the oxygen that fish and other aquatic life needs to live. Engineered control structures prohibit garbage and floating debris from entering the receiving water body. Officials sometimes have to close our recreational water bodies due to pollutants, which cause human health hazards. But engineered stormwater ponds can help remove hazardous pollutants before discharging into our water bodies. Now that you know about these pollutants, please help Manatee County maintain our natural resources by following these tips. Never dump anything down storm drains or into stormwater ponds. Use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Properly dispose of pet waste. Control soil erosion by planting over bare spots in landscape. Sweep driveways and sidewalks instead of using a hose to discharge to the street. Properly dispose of yard waste. Properly dispose of hazardous household chemicals. Direct downspouts away from paved surfaces. And check your car for oil leaks. For more information, go to mymanatee.org/stormwater.
When we were visited with Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Debby, and Hurricane Milton, an entire area of the Gulf was delivered to our beaches. And in fact, the water delivered the sand from the beaches into residents and homes. So our cleanup here on the island is multifaceted. First of all, we've been focusing on removing the debris from our beaches. We have a beach rake system that literally with tines and small tines and tills reaches to about 2 inches below the sand, sifts through that, and by conveyor belt lifts that material for storage in a bin and disposal elsewhere, leaving the clean sand behind. It's tractor driven and pass upon pass upon pass, and we get a clean beach back again. For the sand that was carried into our streets and our homes and our residences, we're dealing with it in 2 phases. We believe that the sand in the streets delivered by the Gulf is fairly clean, deposited and dropped immediately. We're moving that sand to our storage facility and location at Coquina Beach, where we are gathering all the sand from the island that's been collected, and we're working to sift through that sand. It's able to take sand of this nature with rocks and shell and debris, and through a series of different screens from top to bottom, sifting out the larger pieces, ever smaller, we get to a sand quality that we would like to return to the beach. And we're going to be doing that for the sands that we've collected from our roadways. Now, for the sands that have been collected from the parking lots, commercial lots, and private residences, it's a little different of an animal because there's all types of potential for plastics, broken glass, nail. We don't want any of that material to make it through the sifters and get back to our sandy beaches. We have an opportunity to take that type of sand and move it to our preserve next to Fort Hammer Bridge for temporary storage. We're going to take those accumulated piles of sand that have been sifted to remove the large debris, and we're going to be using that to rebuild Upper Manatee River Road. We'll be lifting that road several feet to give about flood elevations, and you can imagine it takes a lot of fill. But we're not going to waste it. We'll be saving our money, our taxpayer money, in constructing those roads, and we're giving a significant savings to the island communities here who don't have to haul their sand to a landfill. They merely need to take it down to Coquina Beach. Manatee County will take that sand, accept the responsibilities, and take it from there.
If you're looking into a trade, this right here, this is the king of all trades. We lay pipe, we fix water lines, we operate heavy equipment, we drive heavy machinery, masonry work, concrete work, asphalt work, we do it all. This right here is the king of blue collar work. A water distribution maintenance technician, we maintain the water system. We provide a very vital source, being water, to all of our customers and residents in Manatee County.
If you enjoy getting dirty, and if you enjoy working hard, if you enjoy fixing things and repairing things and maintaining things, this is a great job for somebody who needs to stay busy.
When you pull up on the job and there's water down the street, there's road missing, the bigger and badder the job, the more I want it. The big line breaks, there's nothing that beats it.
This job takes grit, it takes determination, and it takes a desire to work hard.
You can't be afraid to get dirty. You've got to be ready for it, you've got to welcome it. And it's something that we don't just mind. We look forward to it.
Hi, my name is Kyle with Manatee County Utilities. Come work with me as a water maintenance technician and get ready to get dirty.
Residential. Robert Olson, owner. And we have CJ Mills here for staff. It's a rezone of approximately 5 acres, generally located a quarter of a mile east of 69th Street East and approximately 0.28 miles west of Harrison Ranch Boulevard on the south side of Erie Road and commonly known as 8915 Erie Road Parish. It's from zoning A to PDR zoning district, approving a preliminary site plan for up to 7 single-family detached residential units.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communication? May we have the applicant's presentation, please?
Hi, good afternoon. Linda Stewart with Morse Engineering representing the applicant. The civil engineer is on his way here, so hopefully I go slow enough before we get to his slides. But we'll see. So this is for Erie Road Residential. The location map is showing the property located south of Erie Road and west of 91st Avenue East. Here's an aerial location showing it with a larger view of the property's location. The zoning map shows the current A zoning of the property with the request to rezone the property to Planned Development Residential, or PDR, which is compatible with the adjacent zoning of Ancient Oaks to the east and south, also having a zoning of PDR, and a PDMU zoning for Parish Lakes to the northeast and Harrison Ranch to the east. The future land use map shows the property having a future land use of UF3, which is compatible with the properties surrounding the development. There's no change being requested for the future land use of this property, and it's consistent with the surrounding area. Again, the request is for a rezoning from agricultural to planned development residential with a preliminary site plan for residential development, which is adding 6 residential lots to an existing residential lot currently existing on the property for a maximum of 7 residential subdivision lots. There's one specific approval request for a 5-foot reduction in the waterfront setback for the on-site pond, which is adjacent to Lot 4, to have a 25-foot setback versus the code-required 30-foot waterfront setback. This request is to maintain the required minimum lot frontage for Lot 4 in accordance with LDC Section 401.3.E.9. Platted lots of records can have a 25-foot setback, and this site is proposed to be a platted lot, and therefore when it's platted, it will be in conformance with the current LDC regulations. The property is approximately 5 acres with an allowable density of 3 dwelling units per acre. It's located within the UF3 future land use category, and the development's density request is for 1.4 dwelling units per acre, below the maximum allowable. The development meets the requirements of the open space of 25%. This is a colored site plan for the development. It's showing the location of the 6 proposed lots and the 1 existing residential lot on the property. They will have 1 internal private roadway with an existing pond that will be used for stormwater, which is next to the existing Lot 1 on the property. Code-compliant buffering is indicated along the roadway at 20 feet and 10 feet for the east, west, and south part boundaries. They will only be 10 feet since code requires only a 10-foot buffer when you have less than 15 residential lots. Adjacent to the property to the north or west is a Duet Pools contractor, which is zoned A. To the south and east is an existing residential subdivision of Ancient Oaks, and to the north is Erie Road. The development trend mapping indicates that this is an infill development. It's consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, and it's located west of the FDAB. You can see that there are residential developments to the northeast, surrounding the property, as well as to the east with a county park located on the north side of Erie Road. The residential subdivision map also indicates this as an infill parcel, which is consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. To the east and south is Ancient Oaks, a subdivision with 246 dwelling units within Phase 1, with a density of 1.17 dwelling units per acre, and Harrison Ranch, a subdivision with 2,718 dwelling units at a density of 2.78 dwelling units per acre. Again, this site is requesting a density of 1.4 dwelling units per acre. As indicated prior, the site is providing code-compliant buffering. The access to the site is an existing and driveway located on Erie Road, and is proposing to provide a 5-foot wide sidewalk along the northern side of the private internal road, which will connect to a future sidewalks installed along Erie Road. School concurrency is exempt from review since this proposed development is less than 10 dwelling units. This is a copy of the school review indicating that. Existing schools within the vicinity of the property include Parish Charter School, along with Buffalo Creek Middle School, located to the west of the development. The Bradenton Christian School property is located to the north of Erie Road. An environmental report was conducted by Monarch Ecology Group in September of 2024. There were no native species, no on-site wetlands, and no endangered species located on the property. The utilities are existing along Erie Road and provided by Manatee County. Matt is here. The civil engineer will discuss the next 2 slides.
Good afternoon, Matt Morris with Morris Engineering. I've actually not been sworn.
If there's anyone else in the audience who plans on speaking and has not been sworn, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Planning Commission are truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you.
Just had to give everybody else a chance to get sworn in again if they needed to. So, stormwater in this project is actually a fairly straightforward stormwater design. This is one of the more simple projects that our firm's actually been involved in from a stormwater standpoint. You can see on the portion of the slide to the right, the existing a flood zone area that's shaded in purple. We're actually proposing to keep that pond and utilize that pond to provide our stormwater on our site. The remainder of the site is in the X flood zone, so not in a flood zone. The site is fairly high. We've got existing development adjacent to us that has their own internal stormwater system that you can see drains along the south portion of our, or sorry, I guess that's the west side of our site there. I think I'm right, south side, that drains along there. So that's going to be the same location as our proposed outfall. So we're going to be maintaining their outfalls from the adjacent development going around our site. We don't have anything from that developed property that drains into our site, so we don't have any kind of off-site flows that we need to contend with on here. We will be designing per county standards for the 25-year as well as looking at the 100-year pre and post development analysis as well. We'll also look at the NOAA Atlas 14 data and run that through the model as well, and look at the pre and post conditions for that, just to make sure we're not adversely impacting any of our neighbors. But again, this from a stormwater standpoint, the site is actually pretty clean as far as, again, utilizing the existing floodplain area to provide our stormwater pond, expanding that area slightly, and then all of our development is concentrated in the area that's not in the flood zone on the site here. Trip generation from a traffic standpoint is likewise fairly straightforward and pretty de minimis for this project. I do want to point out that although the slide shows 7 dwelling units with the 7 p.m. peak hour trips, there is one existing home on the site. So we're really only adding 6 peak hour trips for the p.m. peak hour for the project out onto the county's roadway network. So that, again, provides a de minimis impact to the county's facilities in the area. Happy to answer any questions when the time comes for that. And we'll have Linda come back up and finish the rest of her presentation.
Thank you. Okay, this slide is from the Erie Road County CIP plans for the proposed widening in front of the site. This is, as you can see on the left-hand side, they're indicating a right-of-way of 148 feet, while the County Comprehensive Plan Table 5.1 states a right-of-way of 120 feet for Erie Road in the 20-year right-of-way needs for this portion of the roadway. The required right-of-way is also coming entirely from this applicant's side of the property, and it's not split evenly between the north and the south sides of the roadways as you would normally see, due to the fact that there is a railroad right-of-way along the northern side of Erie Road. So he not only is all of the right-of-way coming from this side of the property, it's also 148 feet versus the 120 feet as shown in the county's comprehensive plan. The typical section also shows that there will be a 12-foot wide multi-use path that will be constructed along the frontage of this property. So as a result of the additional right-of-way being removed from the south side of Erie Road, there is a possibility that this may result in the removal of Lot 3 and encroach on a small portion of Lot 2 when the county reaches the stage of right-of-way acquisition for the road right-of-way for their needs in the future. Until that time, the property owner is moving forward with his plans to develop his property in accordance with current codes and regulations as established in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. Some discussions that were in the county staff report that I'd like to discuss, as well as I have a readout from the land use attorney who was not able to be here today. In the discussion in the staff report, policy 2.1.2.7 is a review of all proposed development for compatibility and appropriate timing of the development. Staff report analysis acknowledges the county has not coordinated with the applicant on future right-of-way concerns. Objective 2.6.1, compatibility through screening, buffering, setbacks, or other mitigative measures. The staff report analysis states the project is not proposing a roadway buffer that is in compliance with the LDC. On the plan, we do indicate that we have a 20-foot wide roadway buffer along Erie Road in accordance with the current LDC requirements. Staff report has two stipulations that we do not agree with and we would like to have removed. In the design and land use, number 3 states at the time of final site plan submittal, no future right-of-way setback shall traverse buildable lots. If future right-of-way setback is required, any lots within said setback shall be removed from the site plan. Again, the attorney will read a statement regarding that for removal of this stipulation. And as also for environmental stipulation number 3 for the relocation of a 20-foot roadway buffer at the property owner's expense if the future improvements are conducted. I would request the removal of this stipulation in conjunction with the request for removal of the previous stipulation. This may be coordinated at the time of coordination between the county and the property owner and not through a zoning stipulation. And the statement from the land use attorney. We had the hearing date moved and she already had a previous vacation scheduled, so because of the rescheduling of the hearing, she was not able to be here. So she says, I apologize for not being present at this meeting. The hearing dates for this project were changed more than once and I had a conflict with this date. On behalf of my client, I am respectfully requesting the stipulation design and land use number 3 be removed from this approval for the following reasons. The comprehensive plan is clear concerning the amount of right-of-way which a property owner is required to reserve for future construction. When this rezone application was initially submitted to the county in February of 2024, the proposed site plan showed an existing 70 feet of existing right-of-way reserved. For 8 months, no comments were made by staff to revise the future right-of-way indicated on the plans. The county finally commented in September of 2024, requesting the plan show the 120 feet of future right-of-way. On 10/25/24, a plan was submitted showing the county's requested revision to show future right-of-way reservation of 120 feet as per the comprehensive plan. This plan indicates the right-of-way split evenly between the north and south sides of the road. On December 6, 2024, the county requested the revision of the right-of-way reservation to be noted on the applicant's side of Erie Road. After numerous discussions, a revised plan was submitted in February 2025, indicating the entire 120 feet of right-of-way reservation encumbering the south side of the road, as the county staff informed the property owner that additional right-of-way was needed due to the constraints caused by the railroad right-of-way on the north side. Upon further review, the applicant's engineer obtained a copy of the county CIP plans and did an overlay of the actual county design, and now seems to be requiring a reservation of 148 feet, taking 78 feet from the applicant's property. This request is not supported by law. Further, the county has declined to respond in any meaningful way with respect to which this additional right-of-way is necessary. The county's request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and the stipulation in the staff report should not be accepted. May I finish your statement?
Sure.
Thank you. Erie Road is in the planning and design stage. There is no guarantee that the roadway will be improved and designed, or that any improvements will be completed in a timely manner. As an example, the planned widening of 59th Street West was recently shelved due to costs. Inclusion of this stipulation could result in this property owner being left with an unbuildable area at the front of his property. Finally, inclusion of this stipulation constitutes a taking of my client's property, since the county is offering no compensation for the excess right-of-way being requested from this landowner. In conclusion, the right-of-way the county has designed is sufficient to build a 6-lane urban section instead of a 4-lane section. I wonder why the county requires over 148 feet of right-of-way at this location, and whether the property owners on the north side will experience some type of windfall from whatever surplus right-of-way that remains. On behalf of my client, I respectfully request that stipulation number 3 from the design and land use section be deleted. I acknowledge that when the final design of the road is completed, the county has the right to take the property by eminent domain. I do not believe the county has the right to take it via a stipulation. And with that, I'm asking for your approval. We do believe that the plan as submitted is in compliance with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I do. Oh, of course, sorry. No, I'm not sorry.
That's okay.
Thanks for the explanation for all that. Let's talk about, so what I just heard you say, and we'll obviously talk to staff, is right now,
Right,
the comp plan says 120 feet,
correct.
half of which is supposed to be on one side, half on the other.
Theoretically.
That's so-
usually what happens, yes.
Let me just ask you this. Without all the additional stuff from 120 to whatever, plus that walkway, what, 12 feet, right? So
Right.
we're really talking about 132 feet.
Well, that's included in the 148, I do believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
The way the comp plan is written, how far does that go into Lot 3?
It does not. Well, I do have the plans as we submitted during the review process. If you'd like to see them, I can put them on the overhead. One when we submitted at 70, one when we submitted at the 120, which if it's split on both sides, it doesn't affect him at all. It
But we
doesn't
can't do
affect his.
that.
Right, and then when we did the CIP overlay, then that's when, it's 148 feet versus the 120 feet. And the applicant does acknowledge at some point, Lot 3 will potentially succumb to the widening of Erie Road. But the difference is, will Erie Road be developed? Will it be widened?
Well, will Lot
The
3 be owned by
goalposts-
somebody else at that point?
We don't know. But the county can't ask him to not have Lot 3 on his plan And the plans are for CIP are only at 60%. They haven't discussed any coordination with him to purchase the lot. There's been no discussions with that. You know, if they want to buy Lot 3, they are more than willing to buy Lot 3. But to ask him to not put it on the plan right now would, as the attorney states, would be, you know, it could constitute a taking of that, because if they decide not to fund the road, if they decide not to build the road, if they don't build the road until 2036.
All right, we'll talk with staff too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any additional questions?
Were there any neighborhood workshop meetings?
No, we did not hold a neighborhood workshop. And I did have one email this week from a neighbor saying she had questions, but there was no questions that the county forwarded it to me. I did email her and said, whatever questions you have, email me, call me, and I have not heard back from her to date.
Okay. Any additional questions?
I've got a question on the expanding the flood zone, the going from the pervious and adding the private roadway to impervious. You mentioned that you would expand the current pond flood zone because
just to be clear, so the flood zone won't be expanding. What I was pointing out was the current pond is the only flood zone that's shown on the property.
Right.
So we're not going to be developing in that area. We may expand that pond as necessary to provide the treatment and attenuation functions for the private roadway for the lots in that area. But again, really, that statement was more to show that we're really concentrating our actual impervious area in the development of the lots in the Zone X area and not in the Zone A area. That Zone A area is going to be used for stormwater pond.
And will the new impervious, will the pond hold the new impervious area?
We haven't gotten that far in the calculations yet. If not, that pond would expand as much as necessary to provide that treatment and attenuation required to meet the county's requirements and the state requirements as well.
And then that pond expansion would impact the 20-foot setback on Lot 4?
No, I mean, we think we think that currently that pond will be big enough. If it needs to expand, it'll be a minor enough amount that it would be a negligible amount. I don't think that pond's going to need to get twice as big or anything like that. So it would be a negligible amount. We just need to go through those calculations and finalize, does it need to grow by 2 feet over here and a foot over there? But it's going to be within the bounds of what we have on the plan right now.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we have staff's presentation?
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
just for background, while staff's coming up, this stipulation, the first time the county attorney's office saw A3 was when I looked at the agenda yesterday. It wasn't in the RLS that was submitted, and we object to stipulation A3 and should be deleted.
All right, good afternoon. CJ Mills with staff, and I have been sworn. Obviously, we know which project this is, and the...
CJ, I'm just going to interrupt a second. So Scott May with Public Works is here, but he only has like 5 minutes. He has a hard stop at 1:30. So if you had any questions regarding the CIP project, if you'd want to go ahead and ask them. This remaining staff has some information on it, but I didn't know if you wanted to ask him anything in particular.
I guess when is it going to be worked on?
Currently, right now, we are doing the design. We are at 60%. This is where we start preparing the legals and sketches and bringing the alignment to the board for adoption, at which point that becomes the actual requirements for the right-of-way setbacks. And I think it was mentioned under the letter that that basically they're giving the land. No, what happens is you set a right-of-way reservation back, and then when the county needs to buy it, it gets appraised at the value that it is, and then the county pays for the value of the land that's reserved. So it's not you're getting the land for free. It's you're reserving it for the future right-of-way. When the county builds the future right-of-way, then we pay it what the current value of that right-of-way cost is then. So if it's $50,000 a day and it's $200,000 in 5 years, we would be paying the current value, not the value of what it was at this time. And the answer as far as the project goes, it's still currently on our slate. We're working through the CIP process with the board. It's currently still in the 5-year plan. Is it possible that it could be year 6 or 7? That's ultimately with what the board does with the budget appropriations and approvals.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Mr. May, just a quick question. So the code section says for that right-of-way reservation, if the development abuts the roadway, 1/2 the width of the roadway is required to be reserved. Isn't that typical? You're asking
Typical,
for
we look at
3/4?
that unless we have a BARD, an alignment study that shows reasons for it. Because as you go through there, you look at what the minimal impact is. Unfortunately, they happen to be on the south side of the road. And as you know, it is a railroad, which is regulated by the federal agencies. And the state and even the county and cities do not have the authority to condemn land of railroad right-of-way. So therefore, the only options that are available were to go to the south side.
And did the applicant state correctly, what is the right-of-way width shown on the future traffic circulation map?
I'm sorry, what?
What is the right-of-way width shown on the future traffic circulation?
The standard map 5 that's adopted is a preliminary map that shows generally what the right-of-way needs are for a 4-lane road. As you do your study and you figure out and get your alignments, they can modify. Examples could be like 75th Street, which showed a 120-foot right-of-way, but we did not do a 120-foot right-of-way. We shrunk it up because of the existing homes and the impacts that would be to there. Sometimes there's a need to go greater because you're taking in land, such as the homes and the lots are draining to the roadway. When you put in a new roadway, they need a place to go, so you have to put storm piping and drainage swales in there. So that's where the right-of-way can get a little bit wider, as well as floodplain comp and storm drainage is in there. Rather than buying a whole lot, you can take pieces from a part.
Do you know how much longer it will take to get to that 90% design? Have the board approve it, like 6 months, or how would?
Well, the adoption of where the CIP will be by October 1, as you know, for the CIP. As far as the design, we're moving towards 90%. They're getting legals, and you'll see an alignment probably getting adopted in the next, I'd say September at the latest, where we bring the alignment to the board for adoption, which would then set what the actual right-of-way requirements are.
Could you state your name and if you've
Sure.
been sworn?
Scott May, county engineer, and I have been sworn. Thank you. Anything else? I got 2 minutes, sorry.
Just real quick, and I don't know if you can speak to this or is that a attorney thing, but as it relates to what it says in the comprehensive plan, comprehensive plan, is that like a set in stone thing, or from a legal standpoint, it sounds like it's expanding beyond what the comp plan says? Does that make sense?
The way I understand it, and the county attorney can correct me, is it's best available information. The general rule is 50% on either side. However, when you do an alignment study, that can vary because you look at what the impacts and all of that are, and then once you have the alignment study, that becomes the actual adopted right-of-way needs for it because it gets approved by all 7 members of the board.
Okay.
And the last thing I wanted to add that wasn't brought up is the proposed roadway would only be about 200 feet away from 91st Avenue, and our current standards require that they be a 400-foot separation, which would, with Ancient Oaks 91st.
What was the question?
Well, Mr. May was pointing out, you mean the separation between the entrance to Ancient Oaks and
Yes.
this property?
The proposed road they have and the Ancient Oaks to put roads, private roads or public roads, they must be a separation of 400 feet
So
onto a thoroughfare.
are you implying that if they applied for access permit from the county, they wouldn't get it?
We would not issue something at that.
In full disclosure, there's a little bit of, there's another section of the Public Works standards that has been interpreted a little bit differently, and I've asked Scott to give us a memo so that we're clear from going here on out. The other definition that was used showed that it needed to be 250 feet based on the speed limit, so that's where the discrepancy is there.
Right. But they're right at 200 feet, I think, right now. So even with
It's
the
less,
new one, it's
180.
still less.
It's 180 right now, or 180 and change. Yep.
You say you might need a stipulation, address that?
No, that would be a design exception because that's in the Public Works standards.
Right. And
That would be negotiated at the time of final site plan. The west property line is based on scaling it off of our GIS is only approximately 380 or 90 feet from 91st Avenue East.
Any additional questions for him?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Again, CJ Mills with staff, I've been sworn. So, again, we have the request here to go to PDR with the preliminary site plan up to 7 single-family detached dwelling units at a density below the maximum 3 permitted in the UF3 future land use category. Again, they were talking about the 180 feet that are proposed for the access distance from 91st Avenue East. The maximum height proposed is going to be 2 stories, and another thing that is being shown here is that the roadway buffer is within Lot 3, which is not in compliance with our land development code. The specific approval request is to deviate from LDC section 41.3.E.9, which is just to reduce that waterfront setback by 5 feet. Little history on the project. This has been UF3 since the adoption of Manatee County Comprehensive Plan 1989 and the General Agricultural Zoning District since 1990. Again, the future land use category is UF3, which does support these low and medium density residential developments. And we're going from A to PDR. Talked a little bit about the compatibility, as Ms. Stewart did say. This is a compatible project with the residential subdivisions to the east, northeast, and further adjacent past the H and Oaks. At this time, I will have Susan come up, Susan Barfield, and maybe just speak a little bit more on this future right-of-way setback requirements and some of the issues we've been having.
And CJ, you may need to help her find that extra slide that we had in there regarding timing.
Susan Barfield for staff, and I have been sworn. So speaking specifically on the right-of-way as it's shown on the site plan and the future right-of-way setback, I disagree with what the applicant has presented to you as far as the review process and how we ask for a right-of-way. From the very initial review that we did with them, we asked them to provide 120-foot right-of-way, show the existing right-of-way dimensions, the full, the half, any future right-of-way setback that they may need to do. With version 2, they presented a 70-foot right-of-way. We asked them to indicate if it was a full right-of-way. Again, asked them to label the existing half-width and label and dimension any future right-of-way setback. With the third version, we again asked them to show the existing half-width and the future right-of-way setback. These have not been shown throughout the review. With the fourth review, we started talking more about the CIP because their contention was all the right-of-way is coming from the other side of the road. We don't need to show anything. We don't need to provide anything. So we asked them to compare the CIP to their site. And the CIP shows, of course, that everything is coming from their side of the road, which was in conflict with what they had been contending throughout the review of the project. So after version 4, they basically said that they weren't going to make any further changes to the plan, demanded to come to hearing, so that's where we are. In actuality, they are required to have a 29.1-foot future right-of-way setback. That's by code to get them to the 60-foot half. The additional right-of-way is for the CIP project. So that's not being required at this time. It'll be required when the 90% plans come in, but it does take out Lot 3, the majority of Lot 3, and encroaches into Lot 2. In addition to the future right-of-way setback and the CIP, difference that's shown, there's a landscape buffer that needs to be shown as well, so that will encroach again into Lot 2. So I hope I've explained the future right-of-way setback, where the requirements are for that. If you have any questions for me, CJ's no moral support, don't go anywhere.
I'm just going to go to that last slide that shows the.
And so I kind of made a timeline
You want
of,
me to go to the timeline?
well, you don't need to. There's a timeline if you would like to see it, sort of how comments went and the things that we were asking and the back and forth. And then this is what we were receiving, so you can see an existing 70-foot right-of-way, a 35-foot half-width, a 60-foot that went, when they were proposing that everything was going to the north side, to the railroad side of the road. And then the next piece of that, showing it all going back to the south side of the road, how it will actually look when the CIP is approved.
And could you go back to the timeline just to have it on the record?
Yeah, of course.
There we go.
So this is the timeline that we made of when I did the comments. So I did the comments on each round of review on this, and it's typical that in the very first version, that right-of-way isn't shown properly, so we ask them to label and dimension what's existing, full width, half width. As Scott Mays said, you know, most of the time it's a 50-50, but we look to see if there's anything on the other side that would prevent it from being a 50-50 split. We can't make those determinations until we actually see the dimensions and the labels on the site plan. So as we continued through the review, we just kept going kind of back and forth of, I need you to label this, I need you to dimension this, and got us where we were as of March, that they weren't going to be making any other changes to the plan. All good? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so next are the stipulations that Ms. Stewart listed. According to County Attorney A3, she would like to have stricken from the staff report, and also the applicant has requested that B3, which is really just reflecting our code requirements about having that 20-foot roadway buffer not be in any future right-of-way setback. Between now and the board hearing next week, there'll be discussions with the applicant, county attorneys, management to regarding these stipulations here. Just our transportation link capacity analysis obviously is a very small project, so your adopted level of service is not going to be affected by the addition of the 6 single-family detached dwellings. Go into the some of the positive, negative mitigating measures here. Again, it's a low traffic generator, and there is an existing sidewalk along the north side of Erie Road, which can facilitate pedestrians. The project is appropriate infill, as Ms. Stewart did say, with the surrounding residential neighborhoods. And there's been no evidence of uplands, wetlands, of native uplands, wetlands, or endangered plant species on the site. Some of those negative aspects is that there are no existing bicycle lanes on Erie Road. There's no transit stop near the property. The PSP is not in compliance with those sections, the 1000.1.E, which is that future right-of-way reservation section, and then also the 402.7.D.1, which is specifically talking about the roadway buffers again. And as Ms. Greer said, the entrance does not meet the Public Works roadway spacing requirements, Part 3, Table 5. Some of those mitigating measures are that their bicycle lanes will be included with the capital improvement project that has been discussed, and then at time of FSP submittal, the project shall comply with all applicable portions of the LDC. In conclusion, the current request can be found not to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable review standards of the Land Development Code. However, as stipulated at time of final site plan approval, the plan shall be consistent and compliant with all review standards, the Land Development Code, the Comprehensive Plan, and the Manatee County Public Works Standards Manual. This is also shall include the 29.1 future right-of-way setback, the additional right-of-way, and then also the 20-foot roadway buffer. And I think you'll have some questions, so I'll stay up here.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question, I'll get in the record. So on the PDR buffer in 402.7D, one, the 20-foot roadway buffer required in PDR if it butts the right-of-way, couldn't they ask for a specific approval from that?
Yes, and I do actually have email correspondence, and we had a meeting to discuss at one time, which the environmental planner was included on, and environmental planning was in support of reducing that required roadway buffer.
Not eliminating. Not eliminating, but reducing.
Yes, reducing the roadway buffer, but again, after that meeting, it was stated that the site plan was not going to be revised.
Kara Koenig, Environmental Planning Section Manager. I have been sworn. I just wanted to bring up the specific code section that CJ referenced for the prohibition of landscaping in any future right-of-way reservation, et cetera, which is section 1001.E. If we can bring up forget what this thing is called. Okay. So you can read here, it says, no structures or parking, landscaping, or retention facilities required by this code shall be located within the land needed to accommodate the full width of the right-of-way needed for such roadway as shown on the future traffic circulation map, et cetera. So with the plan development residential, it requires a 20-foot roadway buffer, and that needs to be exclusive of right-of-way or future right-of-way setback. We offered the applicant to request a specific approval outside of the future right-of-way setback, and that wasn't of interest to them, and they requested to move forward.
Any additional questions for staff?
I just more or less have a remark. It's saying that your conclusion is it currently does not meet the codes, correct?
Correct.
But then a mitigating factor is that it will.
Yes, I mean,
How do we know it will?
Well, whenever would be reviewed at time of final site plan, it's going to have to be meeting those. Those stipulations that were put in there really do reflect those code requirements. So later discussion on removing that with the applicant and county attorney management. That buffer requirement, the future right-of-way requirement is still going to be there. And so at FSP, it's going to need to be meeting that.
So why aren't we just doing that to begin with?
Well,
If I could, Mr. Chair, that's the county attorney's concern, is that it may create unreasonable investment-backed expectations on behalf of the applicant if they have approved site plan that
Agreed.
shows that lot, and later on we pull the rug out from under them and say, guess what, no FSP.
Yes. Okay, thank you, sir.
I think we're good right now.
All right, thank
Let's
you.
open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public would like to come up and speak on this? For or against? Please state your name, that you've been sworn, and you live where you live.
My name's Jennifer Burley. I am from Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I live on 91st Avenue East in the Ancient Oak subdivision. I believe this is east of the applicant's property, and I have a bunch of questions. If the applicant is interested in building single-family homes, I don't understand why the PDR zoning, because that can be used for a school, am I correct? Educational purposes. So after being witness to this morning, my fear is if he cannot build the homes on there, he may sell that property to Parish Charter, which will then back up to my backyard. So my question is, why not just residential rezoning? And then Erie is a single lane, two-way street. So adding a roundabout, I think at Harrison Ranch is going in, but I'm curious if there's expansion in the works.
We'll ask staff both of those questions for you.
And on our street, we have Parish Charter, Bradenton Christians going across the street, Parish Community High School, and SDF. So that road is really backed up. So if he in fact does plan to sell to Parish Charter, which I think is where this is going to end up going, our roads are going to be way more crowded than they are right now. And his roadway would back up again to my backyard. So they cut down all the trees and brush. I'm assuming they would have to put that back, so that's another one of my questions. Lot 3 and part of Lot 2 run through the county easement, and I kind of got an answer on that. I don't think they can build through that, correct? So then would this have to go down to 4 houses if houses were built? Or would it be 5 houses with Lot 2 being smaller? And, sorry, I'm nervous. They burn brush a lot, but a lot of times I don't think it's brush. There's like a serious chemical smell in the air. I have a neighbor who claims that she's seen them burning furniture out of a box truck. There's a lot of days we cannot sit outside because our subdivision looks like a war zone. So since he has been an unfavorable neighbor, my question is, how can we guarantee that he's going to do houses and not something else if he's not going for residential rezoning?
We'll have to ask the applicant on that one.
And also, we're all parties on 91st Avenue East supposed to get a notification of the hearing because I did not get one. I only found out through my neighbors that this was happening.
It's a matter how close you live to the site, I guess.
Right behind it. And so, this rezoning is not specifically for residential zoning, which I suspect is not the applicant's end goal. This will have an adverse impact on traffic, infrastructure, environmental, and the character of our neighborhood, and I respectfully request that you deny the applicant's request for rezoning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to stand up and speak one way or the other on this? At this time, let's close public comment. Before we go to closing comments, can the applicant come up and discuss what the lady just said in reference to the zoning and?
Oh, sure, yes. As far as the neighbor, we are requesting a planned development residential, which is a residential zoning. The preliminary site plan that is attached to that request is for single-family detached lots. If the project was to be sold for some other use, they would have to come back in to do a modification to that because the only request we are asking for is for single-family detached lots at this time. If there are things being burned on the property or something that I personally would have no way of knowing, that would be a code enforcement issue that they would need to call code enforcement in order to, have that checked out to see if it's something that they have a concern about. Do you want me to address anything else or just answer her questions right now?
You can go ahead and address the easements or whatever
Okay.
you were just talking about.
Right. I have talked with Denise during break, and, we went over the 10-foot buffer. The client, the applicant, who's the property owner, has no problem with putting a 10-foot buffer inside Lot 3, and if it means that the lot line needs to shift to make Lot 2 a little smaller, that's perfectly fine and acceptable. The reason I insisted that we come to hearing is because we were continuously asked to remove Lot 3 from our plan, and we were not going to remove Lot 3 from the plan because that could constitute potentially a taking, saying that you can't have it on there. The county was not at the point where they had the 90% plans or they were negotiating to purchase this property, so we weren't going to remove it because that's not something you do during the zoning stage. That's something that they would take care of at a later time. We understand that the property may lose Lot 3 during taking for eminent domain, and then the county will negotiate with the property owner for fair market value of the lot. That's understood. But until that time, he's moving forward with the property as he's been working on for a year and a half. For the driveway separation, During the review process, we had submitted for a design exception for the driveway separation. As we said, it is an existing driveway. That is what's used for the property owner because he lives on the property right now. We are putting a driveway at the same location as the existing driveway right now. It's 250 feet. We sit at 200 feet. We were told during review that that was not a zoning issue, that would be dealt with at the time of FSP. So it was left sitting until we got to that point at FSP. But they do have it on file, you know, with the sketch that we prepared along with that request.
Okay. Any additional questions for the applicant?
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know, is this version 4 of your site plan that's in the packet? It's,
I'll have to see what's in your packet.
I think it was referred, it's dated kind of old, that's the only reason.
I have many different versions with me. I can show you any one you'd like to see.
I guess during testimony of Ms. Barfield, it was a version 4 referred to, and
Well, we had submitted initially with what was out there at the 70 feet. Then we were requested to put the 120 feet. And then we revised it to show the 120 feet just on the south side. Then we revised it to show the actual information from the CIP plan on the south side.
Can I
So
ask a
there has
question?
been numerous iterations.
Can I ask a quick question on this, just kind of on this topic, and actually going right at that? Knowing there's a railroad on the north side of this, why would you even consider, knowing that that's not something a county can do, why would you even consider it being a 50-50 split? I'm a little,
We were asked to place the roadway right-of-way on there. That is something that we did because that's the norm, and that's what it shows in the comprehensive plan on table 5.1, that it's 120-foot right-of-way, and you normally split both ways. We have no way of knowing that that's not something that the county's going to do until the county tells us they're not going to do that.
No.
Then we revised it in accordance during the review process.
I appreciate that answer. I find it a little odd that we would know that there's a federally controlled railroad there, and we didn't necessarily speak to that. That's all I'm kind of looking for, is just some clarity there. I mean, again, if it's, we thought the railroad was abandoned, blah, 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 but
Well, and I think that kind of goes to what we're asking in general, is we'd like to keep Lot 3 on here. I think there's still work that the county is doing on finishing design on this. We're only at a 60% design right now. We recognize that there's going to have to be some changes made specifically to Lot 3 to provide the buffering that's required, to provide the setbacks that are required at that time. But, you know, given the amount of time that it takes to get through zoning, get to a final site plan where some of these things can really get hammered out in a more concrete fashion, I think that's really what we're trying to get to at this point with requesting the zoning approval, is leave Lot 3 on. We recognize we have to work with staff, with county attorney, between the county attorney and the applicant's attorney to figure out exactly what needs to happen with that right-of-way. And full disclosure, Lot 3 may very well, and sounds like it will most likely end up going away, but I think that's something that, you know, is it really going to be 78 feet of right-of-way that's needed on the south side? Is it going to be 68 feet? Is it going to be 79 feet? So, you know, just with so many unknowns right now, we felt it was more appropriate to come forward and say, okay, let's get this approved with our density, with our lot shown on here, and then as we move forward with final site plan, again, like CJ said, those things would be in compliance at that time. The county will be further along with the design. We'll know what the right-of-way is going to be, and we can deal with that Lot 3 right-of-way issue at that point without having to hold up the entire rezone, and then, you know, wait until that design's done, come back, do these hearings, and then proceed with final site plan at that point. So that was really the thought process behind everything on that, was, you know, we know that there's this issue here. It's got to get worked out with more detail. We'd like to get the zoning approved so that we can move to that point of being able to do the more detailed design with everything.
and I guess that kind of goes to my question, is if you were looking for the rezone, why not go with the rezone request here without the questions on the right-of-way and everything else that's out there?
So I think we have, with going with the PDR, because of some of the other things we're asking for, we have to come forward with a site plan with the PDR.
But again, knowing that there are, I guess it kind of goes back to what the question was earlier. if it's, the preliminary site plan we know is not going to be approved, and again, go back to what I think CJ was saying, is the only way it's remedied is if the final site plan is corrected, right? So I'm just trying to get two things in line here so that I'm clear.
Well, and again, I think that goes back with the client's attorney's discussion regarding the taking and not the taking, and some of that's kind of a legal question, which unfortunately with our attorney not being here today, I'm not an attorney and don't want to pretend to be one standing up here in front of you, but there was some discussion with that, and I think that, again, with the two attorneys needing to talk between now and next week's hearing, some of that may become clear between now and next week as well.
See, here's my concern, and I'm on board with the county attorney. Right now, the owner doesn't have a right. Timing's bad. We could easily argue timing just based off what's happening in the CIP and the projects and so forth. So I think the argument in terms of declining this, I think is a solid legal basis of timing. So if we don't approve it, there's no taking yet of any sort. But if we approve this with Lot 3 included, okay, and they're going to have, from a mental and legal perception, that they have a right to build on Lot 3. And let's say you end up building on Lot 3, which doesn't make any sense to me. So to me, it's also potentially let me just go backwards. If we're approving this, I don't understand why you just don't say, I want the right to build these other lots. We understand that it's overwhelmingly likely Lot 3, whether I agree with it, anybody agree with it, it's going to the road. I don't think we can, there's always a chance, but that's common. So to make this like super easy and just efficient for you, why not just say, I want to build on 2 through whatever, knowing that Lot 3, you know, it's some sort of simple right to build on if the CIP falls through or some other plans change.
But then they have to come back.
Got to come back no matter what.
do
It's coming
building
back
3.
no matter what.
They don't have to come back if we approve it with Lot 3 in it and they take Lot 3. If they don't take Lot 3,
I
and we
think you're
don't,
setting up the county for failure, approving and giving a right that does not exist currently. There's no right to build on Lot 3 right now.
Again, not being an attorney, I'm not going to attempt to answer a question on legality or anything. I'm just a dumb engineer standing up here going through our development things from an engineering standpoint. But, you know, I think Mr. Glesline, you know, kind of hit the nail on the head that coming in with a final site plan that shows, or a preliminary site plan that shows that lot, coming back later with a final site plan after having coordinated again, and there's absolutely some discussions that need to happen between client's attorney and county attorney regarding this.
I think that should have happened before it got to us today, quite frankly.
That's
So, because you're asking us to approve something that does not meet the code per staff currently.
And I think that's the question, is whether it actually does meet the code or not. And again, why I think the attorneys have to have a discussion. Again, I'm not an attorney. I can't say legally it does or doesn't, but I think that's part of the conversation that needs to happen. Again, with showing that lot, when we come back for final site plan, we remove a lot. That can be done in a final site plan. If we only come in for lots 2 through 7, we can't come back and add lot 3 later if the right-of-way doesn't end up needing to be taken.
It's a little
at that
messy
point.
no matter how you cut it,
Agreed.
but I just, personally, I don't think that it's ready to be before this board. I'm not comfortable sending it to the county commissioners under this condition of what may or may not happen by the time it gets on their agenda. I mean, I like the project. I'm not, I like it. I think what they're doing is great. I'm in their shoes. I'm thinking about doing the same thing. But all these questions involved, and our responsibility is to send it to the board and some sort of finished product one way or another. I think it's a little premature.
Yeah, I mean, it seems, my perception, of this is that why haven't we had this discussion between attorneys for the past 2 months leading up to this if March was the last time that the applicant said we're not making any more changes to this? And we've just been sitting in limbo and not having those discussions, and now we're trying to rush it through on something that's pretty unclear and isn't giving confidence to neighbors, to this board.
I can't answer the question on why the attorneys haven't spoken. I'm not, again, not the attorney, so I don't know what conversations have or haven't taken place or why they haven't taken place between the attorneys, but, you know, that's, again,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, our office has not been contacted by any attorney representing the applicant, just to be clear. And secondly, I did want to get on the record if Ms. Stewart or Mr. Morris can address, do they want a continuance because their attorney's absent? I think you just have to stay on the record whether you do or not.
I mean, I think some of that may be dependent on timing and where that puts us with board dates and things of that nature. I don't know that we're necessarily opposed to it as long as it's not going to be a, you know, push it out 3 months. Currently, we're on the agenda for the board next week. But, you know, I think that's, you know, if we want to take a recess or something and talk through timing, we'd be happy to.
Well, I know there's
happy to
no
do that.
latest meeting in July, and Ms. Layton handles scheduling, not me, but she can check maybe.
So, yeah, we can,
I just
we're
don't want
happy to have
you
that
feel
discussion.
uncomfortable not having a lawyer here. Or if you want, or if the PC is asking for more information or refinement, I will give you the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got no problem if we want to take a break for a minute or two, we can have that discussion on timing and come back.
Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute break. Fair enough.
BOCC meeting. So between now and that July meeting, Ms. Petriff, the attorney for the client, can get with Ms. Schenk and talk through some of the legality stuff, and then when we come back to you guys in July, have a little better plan. Just as we were discussing, I think the contentious area or the undetermined area, we all understand that we need to provide the 29-foot, give or take a couple tenths, right-of-way setback plus the buffer. So it's really that additional right-of-way setback beyond that, which would be typically set aside for a future right-of-way. So I think that's really where the discussion needs to happen, and so, yeah, so we're good with the continuance.
Seems reasonable.
And we'll also get with Public Works on the driveway spacing.
Yep.
Well, right-of-way spacing, actually.
Do you need a motion?
And Rachel, just confirm, so that's July 10th?
July 10th, Planning Commission, and September 4th, Board of County Commissioners.
So we just need, so we're going to continue to that specific date and not re-advertise?
Correct.
So, Mr. Chair, do you want me to read the motion?
Please do.
So it'd be a motion to continue PDR 2403 ZP Erie Road Residential to the July 10th, 2025 Plan Commission meeting commencing at 9:00 a.m. or soon thereafter may be heard in these chambers.
I have, can we have a discussion or questions on this first, or do we need to make them?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, so. Then is the plan to have an updated preliminary site plan taking in both county and applications needs?
Whatever they decide.
Who's
We'll get that on
they?
the record. You have to get that on the record.
Sorry, again, Linda Stewart with Morris Engineering. Whatever is decided during the discussions that are had between now and then, and whatever the two sides come equally agree upon, then that will be noted on the plan.
Okay.
May I have a motion?
So moved per county attorney.
A second? Could I have a second on that?
Oh, I thought you did second. It's on this.
Mr. Bowers shows it so moved. I'm looking for a second. But it says we can cast our votes, so.
Because it said that you had
Said that you seconded it.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. I-
You still don't have a second for the motion.
Yeah, I need a motion. I need a second for the motion. I can't
I'll
do it.
second.
Okay, Ms. Gay seconded it. Please cast your votes. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
No, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion passes 4-2.
And I need to know who the,
Ms. Keba, Ms. Prosser.
and is there a reason? We haven't heard any.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, I just, there's been several attempts to get this right. I think there's been plenty of time to get this right, and the discussion should have
I'm
happened.
sorry. I'm having a really difficult time. Thank you.
So I just think it should have, this should have all been done. I would have voted to deny, but,
I'm in agreement with Ms. Keba.
Okay, thank you.
Can we read number 5 in the record, please?
And Mr. Chair, to the record, the next one's legislative, so you have to ask for call-ins.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 5, LDCT 2503, ordinance 25-19. It's a county-initiated, county-initiated land development code text amendment regarding neighborhood workshop. We have Laura Gonzalez here for staff, and it's amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 3, Review Authority and Procedure, Section 312.6, Neighborhood Workshops, and Section 312.7, Notice of Public Hearings, as being amended to revise the neighborhood workshop guidelines to, 1, establish the development applications requiring mandatory meetings and those that may require meetings at the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners and/or the Development Services Director. 2, revise formatting requirements, timing, and notice procedures, providing for other amendments as may be necessary for internal consistency.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Laura Gonzalez with staff. I cannot see the presentation. So this Land Development Code text amendment has been required by the Board of County Commissioners to review Section 312.6 to require neighborhood workshops. Currently, Section 312.6 establishes that neighborhood workshops are encouraged and that may be required by the board or the department director on any application, so it is not exclusive of public hearing applications, and may be required when the application could create potential neighborhood impacts. The section continues with the purpose of the neighborhood workshop and establishes that the purpose is to ensure early citizen participation, provide an applicant the opportunity to understand the impacts on community, ensure that citizens and property owners have the opportunity to learn about the applications that may affect them, and it is not intended to produce complete consensus, but to provide information. We are not proposing changes to the purpose of the neighborhood workshop. Then Section 312 continues with workshop time and location, workshop elements, and workshop summary. I will explain what we are proposing for letters A and C shortly. We are not proposing to change the workshop elements, and it will continue reading as the applicant shall present the plans, information, and data that is needed to inform the public of the proposal. In this slide, we are showing our proposal of the neighborhood workshop that will be mandatory. Basically are the most common applications, public hearing application, comprehensive plan amendment to change future land use category, rezoning, general development plan, preliminary site plan that has to be approved by the board. And we have also other applications related to affordable housing, public use facilities, any application east of the FDAP, applications in areas that have an approved community plans that are listed in policy 2.9.3.1. And we have a short list there in this policy that says that it's Bayshore area, Cortez Village, and the urban infill redevelopment area in Palmetto. And we are also included in this list special permits. Then we have a second group of applications that, in this case, the neighborhood workshop may be required at the discretion of the department director when uses, density, intensity, create potential compatibility issues and neighborhood impacts or affect environmentally sensitive area. The type of application, the most typical applications will be final site plan with a standard zoning district or limited standard zoning district that generally they are approved without site plans. So the ability to determine the impacts on adjacent property is limited. And also for preliminary site plan, final site plan for plan development projects approved with a general development plan for similar reasons. Sometimes we don't have the details on the application to evaluate the impacts on the communities. Regarding timing, the current section 312.6 does not establish when the neighborhood workshop should be held. Our proposal is that the neighborhood workshop will be held during the completeness review cycle prior to finding sufficiency. prior to start the sufficiency process. Okay, let's see A, that refers to workshop time and location. Here we have a comparison of the current guidelines of the Land Development Code and what we are proposing. We propose to maintain the language and emphasize that preference for in-person meetings and allow virtual meeting when exceptional circumstances prevent an in-person meeting. Also, we are adding that to retain it's necessary an additional neighborhood meeting when for some reason the application is on hold or is withdrawn and is not resubmitted within the next 12 months after the previous neighborhood workshop took place. In regards to the workshop summary, we maintain the current language, and we are adding that the applicant should submit in this summary if there is certain potential project improvements as a result of the discussion during the meeting, and the affidavit of notices and signs, posting signs. There are additional proposals related to the notices in section 312.7. The first I want to mention is that currently we are asking the applicant to post notices for the neighborhood workshop, but this is not included in the Land Development Code because it's not included in table 3.2, required public notice for development applications, and we are proposing to include it in this table. The notice will comply with section 312.7.e that refers to content of mailed and published notices. Also, right now, the code, as you can see in the column that is to the left, the code says that the mailing list will be provided by the department director. Our proposal is to update the language to the current practice, that is the applicant prepares the list using the property appraisal website or Manatee County GIS. They are using basically the standard that is required in the code for public hearings. So they are using a radius of 500 feet from the property that is going to be rezoned or that will be affected by the application. So we are proposing to increase this radius to 800 feet or 1,500 feet if it's in a rural area. As is required right now, the applicant will be responsible for mailing the notice, and the notice will be sent at least 15 business days prior to the neighborhood meeting. This is a change because right now they are using, as I mentioned, the standard for the public hearing that says that it's 10 days. I think this is a state requirement, and we are proposing to increase this time, this period. And finally, we are including the neighborhood workshops in the corresponding section that refers to posted notice. That is right now, no? And this is an example of the sign. Any question?
So would this posting include what the project is as well as?
Yeah, well,
Okay. Okay.
Yes, it's not there. We have to review this part.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
but
fine.
according to the what is required in the Land Development Code, it has to inform what is the project,
Sure.
the location, and I have here the list. Yeah. It has the title, nature of the application, location, time and date, and location of the property.
Okay. And then under meeting format, it says in person preferably, but virtual is also allowed under certain circumstances. Could it say in person required, except when
Special
preferably still
circumstances.
says like,
Yes.
and who makes that decision? Maybe just tighten up that piece.
Basically, I would say that it has to be the department director who
Right.
decide at that point if it's necessary.
Would in-person meetings also be virtual?
We have been thinking about the hybrid meetings, but it's important that in this case, we have to make sure that the logistic will allow that participants that are attending in person can hear what the others that are not there can hear what they are saying, follow the discussion, and vice versa.
Okay.
So if the logistic works, I think that is a very good option.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick on the, I don't know if the staff report is going up to the BOCC, but can you refer to page 5 of 8 on the staff report, just in case it's confusing and maybe I just don't understand, but it talks about an additional community workshop shall be required, this first sentence, in the city of Sarasota.
Oh, yeah, there are I check other experiences, yes.
So
It's
is it supposed to be
basically-
city of Bradenton, or are we referring to the south part of the county of, quote,
Is this in
Sarasota?
is this in page 4, refers to other experiences, timing trend, notice.
Page 5 of 8.
5 of 8? No, this is what we are proposing. Yes.
I'm just saying if this same report goes to the BOCC, it could create some confusion. If you're like me thinking that, again, it's the first paragraph of page 5 of 8, LDCT 2503 of the staff report.
Oh, I have to check that part in the following.
He's saying just to
No,
get rid
yeah,
of required by the city
I
of
think it's to
Sarasota.
city of Sarasota, and I am commenting that if there are important changes, then they.
I didn't know if South County, which is technically a Sarasota address, was considered city of Sarasota.
I will check that part, Commissioner, thank you for.
No, it's not, Manatee County.
Correct.
I think it's just a typo.
Yeah,
It's a
and that's
typo.
why I just
Yeah, I will check that. Thank you.
Yep. Any additional questions? Let's open it up for public comment. Could we check the telephone to see if there's anybody?
There is nobody on the phones.
At this time, I'll close public comment. Any additional questions for staff? If not, could we go ahead and get a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
Second that when it comes up.
So we have a moved by Ms. Gay.
Yep.
And seconded by Ms. Kibba. Please cast your votes. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Is there any additional comments by Planning Commission? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry?
Sure.
And maybe this is a question for the county attorney, because I have approached at least 4 county commissioners wondering if it would be possible for the Planning Commission and the BOCC to get together for workshops on the comp plan and LDC. So I don't know if there's legalities involved there, that it's not a possibility, but it sure would be nice if we could do
I
that.
think Ms. Layton is up on the workshop schedule, so I'll defer to her.
I believe, I think the question may have been, sorry, Rachel Layton with staff. I have been sworn, resident of Manatee County. Two parts to that. The first part is that we can have planning commissioners and Board of County Commissioners in the same work session as long as it's been publicly advertised, correct, County Attorney? And then the second part is we are currently reviewing the draft to make sure that it is good to send out to the public. And as soon as we have verified that the draft is a usable draft, we'll be publishing that on the website and then asking to host that after we've done some public outreach. So while I had initially hoped it would be August, it may be moving to September to make sure that we really have a nice, clean product.
Okay, so is there,
So it'll be early this fall.
So would it be possible then to get the
To
planning
have both.
commission and?
Yes, that would be wonderful. It would be
Yay.
much more productive. It may
Thank
end
you.
up being multiple days.
Right.
I would like to resign and,
Oh.
any additional? Okay. Planning commission's over, thank you.
Chair, you're just supposed to say, I'm sick.
My cancer causing little
know exactly who's funding this, but I'll make a note. Yeah.
Fairly good sized ones. They're in the city of Bradenton.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bradenton City Council meeting, Wednesday, June 11th, 2025, at 8:30 a.m. in City Hall Council Chambers. As we always do, we call up our pastor to say a prayer, and then we'll do the pledge. Pastor, this morning, I would also like you to, if you can include in your prayer, a city councilwoman who passed away for the city of Tampa at 60 years old yesterday. So if we can bless her and her family, you know, we know what people do up there in this job, and unfortunately, she passed away in her sleep last night, and it's a sad situation for the Tampa City Council. Chief, do you remember her name?
Gwen Henderson.
Gwen
She,
Henderson, right,
longtime
yeah. I wanted to make sure. I knew it was
community
Gwen, but I didn't remember the last name, so thank you.
Would you bow your heads, please? Lord, Psalm 100, verse 4 says that we enter your gates with thanksgiving. Today, Father, I thank you for our leaders that are before us who have chosen to serve our city, all of those that work on every level in every department. We just thank you for them. We thank you for their service, their love for the city, their desire to see the best things for our community. All the citizens of our city, I thank you for them. And I thank you for Councilwoman Quinn and her life in Tampa. And I just lift up her loved ones and her friends that are mourning this loss. And may the peace that surpasses understanding that only you can bring, with the reality is that when she breathed her last, she entered into the greatest part of her existence. Pray that you would bless this meeting with the wisdom and the mind of Christ, and all of the decisions that are made, and all of the citizens that are here to share what's on their heart. It would be done with love and respect and kindness and unity. In Jesus' name, amen.
And what I'd like to do now is call of our high school athletes that are here to come forward and lead us in the pledge before we get started on that. These are high school state champions from the city schools that are here. So, all right. All right, we'll face the flag, and if you'll lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You might as well stay standing up here for now, because you're going to be right coming up. And if all of their families would come forward at this time. And I will call the meeting to order. And Madam Clerk, I know we don't have any proclamations, so we'll go right into the presentation. And what I'd like to do is, I know I see both athletic directors from the two schools, so maybe we'll start with St. Stephen's first. And of course, known this young man since he was a high school, very good athletic player, and watched all that. But if you want to come forward and tell us about your athlete.
Absolutely. So
State your name for
my
the
name's
record.
Cole Hudson. I'm with St. Stephen's, as Mayor Brown stated. Today we have Corbin Franklin, one of our weightlifters from St. Stephen's. He won a state title in the boys division weight class 129. One of the smaller weight classes, but he sure lifts like he's one of the bigger guys up there. He won the state title at the Lakeland Center, and we couldn't be more proud of him. Kimani Dillingham was not able to make it. She's actually on a recruiting trip right now. She's a fabulous track and field athlete that we have. She was a state champion in 2 different events at University of North Florida. So we're really proud of both of those athletes for St. Stephen's.
Good, thank you. Congratulations. All right, and then we have Matt Bowling from Manatee High School. And Manatee is our only public high school in the city of Bradenton, as well as we have St. Stephen's and Bradenton Christian as the private schools in the city. Welcome.
Matt Bowling from Manatee High School Athletic Director, Mayor Brown, City Council. Thank you for your time this morning, just to take some time to recognize. Here we have Sharika King. Sharika was a state champion in the unlimited category for girls weightlifting. Moved a total of 380 pounds, if I'm correct? So she's a junior. So we have one more year with her, so she can come back and defend her title, and hopefully set some records for us. Also not able to make it today was Candler Johnson. He had a prior engagement. He was a state champion in the long jump. 7.2 meters was just over 24 feet. So he won that in the 3A division as well. So we're excited what our student athletes are doing, and we thank you guys for your support.
Good. Any comments? Oh, we'll give it. Yep. So any councilwomen like to make a comment before I do?
Well, thank you for the honor of going first, since both of these schools are in my ward.
Right. Yep.
Congratulations to both of you. Thank you for setting the examples in your school. I know that it is tough being a student athlete. And there's times that you have to go to practice and you have to put in the time. And your friends might be, oh, let's go do this or let's go do that. But you remain dedicated to what you want to do. Very proud of both of you. And the other two that are not here with us today. Thank you for being you and working hard.
Ms. Coachman?
Yes, thank you. I'll say ditto to everything Councilwoman Barnaby said. Both schools are well represented here this morning. And the other two that aren't here, I hope they can somehow feel that we're talking about them and giving them the kudos. Thank you. Great job. Keep it going. Don't stop. The sky is the limit.
Councilwoman Coker.
Thank you. Congratulations. I know it takes a lot of hard work to get to where you're at, and it's nice that you're being recognized. And you're obviously leaders, and I'm sure this is going to carry forward in life for you. I think high school athletics in general, teach such great principles of teamwork and you know, getting through the losses and celebrating the wins. And I think you'll be great role models for the people coming behind you as well. So congratulations and good luck in the future.
Councilwoman Moore.
I just wanted to let you all, to thank you for being great ambassadors for the city of Bradenton. And I have no doubt that your hard work and dedication will have you propelled in the future so that you can continue to move forward and let people know this is the caliber of student that comes out of the city of Bradenton. So thank you for representing as well.
Thank you. So it's a great word, student athlete, because, you know, you look at a lot of things over the years, and I was watching a show the other day, and it was talking about a gentleman that really has made it successful, and he said he was an athlete student, but he realized as he got older that the student was really the first part, because all he went to school was for athletics, you know, and he thought he didn't need the student part of it, but later in life you need that. And I think one of the things that we know, less than 2% of athletes go pro in any sport. 98% have to go pro in your academics. So, you know, and you can't be an athlete without the academics, and that's very important. So just congratulations. I'm just going to brag on myself, because in 1984, it was a long time ago, I was Manatee County weightlifting champion. And I didn't go to that great school, Manatee High School. I went to another school across town and even beat the Manatee, which was great for me. I still have the trophy in my house. You know, I'm still living in the past on the weightlifting. I was in the 179 class at that point. But yes, you remember those things. And winning a state championship is something you'll be proud of and be able to honor your whole life. You'll be able to say it. So keep it up. And I think you're a senior, so you're a senior this year? Yeah, so you're done, and hopefully your college career is good, but you have another year to make our community proud. So we really appreciate that and want to thank you, and I appreciate the athletic directors and the principals at the schools and everything make it happen. And do you, either one of you want to say anything? You know. Why don't you come up and introduce your family that with you? We'll go from the St. Stephen's first. So go up. This is the time. I mean, you're an individual sport, so you have to be a little bit up for yourself sometimes. So.
I'm Corbin Franklin. This is my father, Rob Franklin. Where did she
go? She's back there sitting down.
There's my mother, Misty Franklin.
Yeah, well,
I don't really know what to say. We own a local business down in Sarasota. That's really it.
Good. Well, thank you for being here. And you can lift a lot. So you want to come and say who? Yeah. You want to come and say, we'll come from St. Stephen's and, celebrate her.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Kamika. I'm Kimani's mom. My daughter's a junior. One thing that's been great about her junior year is she's coming back off a year of being hurt. So she had no sophomore year. It's been very hard mentally for her. So just dynamically, her being able to come and win. She put her heart in and she showed the dedication, hard work. She wish she can be here. But I told her I'd come and make sure I say something on her behalf. Behind me is my beautiful mother, Glenda. She's been my rock, my stone. She gets athletics from us. I did weightlifting, cheer, volleyball. Kimani does a plethora of things. And like you said, student athlete is very important. Kimani has definitely been over 4.0 since pretty much elementary school. And she takes that very serious. So she's looking into going to Princeton.